Welcome to the recording of the 2022 Vyasa Puja book for the 76th appearance day of our beloved spiritual master, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami, Srila Gurudev. Om Kyana Timirandasya Kena Salakaya Chakshur Militam Jana Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswami Iti Namine Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Paskataya Desatarine Vanchakal Patarubhyascha Kripta Sindhuya Vacha Patitanam Pavanivyo Vaishnavyo Namo Namaha. Acknowledgements. We wish to express our kind gratitude to all the devotees who have lovingly shared their heartfelt homage to glorify our beloved Srila Gurudev, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. All the love and gratitude and remembrance flowing through these pages make this book a beautiful jewel of an offering to be offered at the lotus feet of our beloved Srila Gurudev on his 76th Sri Vyasa Puja. We thank all the team of devotees who work so hard to bring this beautiful collection of homages together for the pleasure of Srila Gurudev and all the devotees. Thank you to the many regional coordinators who helped us collecting the homages. Chantal Raj helped with initial compilation, and Audarya Radhika Dasi proofread the homages. Arjun Sarati Das worked on the layout, and Audarya Radhika Dasi made the cover design. Radhacharan Das provided all the photos used in the book and cover and holds copyrights on them. Madan Mohan Mohini Dasi coordinated the overall effort to bring everything together in time. We hope you all have a beautiful experience diving into the nectar ocean of the wonderful qualities, memories, and glories of Srila Prabhupada's dear and trusted eternal servant, and our beloved friend, guide, and well-wisher forever, Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Thank you very much. Your aspiring servants, TKG Vyasa Puja Book Team 2022. I would also like to add my gratitude and thanks to those who made possible this recording, mainly Kunti Devi Dasi from the Dallas Temple and Vrindavani Mujan, who had her first experience on Sanskrit words, and most likely you will notice that, Indra Nilamani and Shyamali Pranati Devi Dasi.
The meaning of Vyasa Puja. Vyasa Puja is the puja, worship, of the spiritual master, who represents Vyasa, the empowered literary incarnation of God. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, the empowered servant of Vyasa in direct disciplic succession, brought Vyasa Puja beyond the confines of India. The volume consists of heartfelt offerings by his international corps of disciples and followers to His Divine Grace Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada's dear disciple. It is proof that Vyasa Puja is for all. Why worship the spiritual master? As we madly pursued sense gratification, rushing towards our next bodily estrangement, it was he who intervened, our Gurudev. He caught our attention with prasadam, then he captivated our impetuous senses with his chanting and mridanga playing. His kindness and wit were warm as the sun, yet his knowledge and gravity were awesome, like thunder and lightning. Finally, crushed by the weight of his disciplic lineage and personal example, we cried, "I surrender," and bowed to his feet, tasting new, transcendental emotions. Who but our Gurudev could have made us detour to the sublime path of Krishna consciousness? Today we chant, dance, and feast in ecstatic celebration of his appearance in our lives. Pondering our good fortune, we offer our simple words plus patram, puspam, palam, toyam, and he kindly accepts. Yet, like Lord Krishna, he asks for more. Yat karosi, yat asannasi. Whatever you do today, and from this day forward, you should be done as an offering to him. By his transparent agency, our service is offered to Mahaprabhu, to Vyasa, to Sri Krishna. How else can we progress on the clearly marked path of Krishna consciousness? Today we consider our Gurudev's mission, his tireless effort to relieve the karmi's pain, his loving dealings with ourselves. To love him means to love his mission. Only when his mission becomes our own shall we fully appreciate the meaning of Vyasa Puja.
Reading Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj's offering to Srila Prabhupada, which he wrote in 1996. Dear Srila Prabhupada, Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Sarasvati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paskacha Desyatane. I remember when Srila Prabhupada directed that his Murti form should be placed on his Vyasa sons around the world so that he might preside over all temple activities. By doing so, His divine grace assured us that we would always be able to experience his physical presence. At the time, I liked the idea very much, but over the years I have appreciated more and more just how merciful and all-knowing an instruction that was. I am sure each of us feels Prabhupada present when we gaze at his murti and worship him in Guru Puja while chanting our rounds or doing a kirtan. We feel that he is very much present in the temple room, just as he always was, and feel confident that he still hears our personal prayers and will relay them to Krishna. I especially appreciate Prabhupada's murti in his private quarters in Dallas. Circumstances have been such that I have been staying here continuously for the past year. I have the good fortune to reside just next door to Srila Prabhupada. Quite naturally, I have taken responsibility to personally attend to Prabhupada in many ways, as I was able to do when I served him as his secretary. I find it remarkable that I can sit before Prabhupada now in his deity form and feel the same soothing comfort I did when previously I had his Vapu association. I'm able to express, though silently, my innermost feelings, my thoughts, my worries, my questions, and my devotion, and believe certainly that Prabhupada hears me. I know this without doubt because of the satisfaction I feel within my heart. I feel my attachment for Srila Prabhupada growing daily in his association, just as it did previously. Faithless persons may doubt that any real connection is taking place. They will argue that it is simply my own psyche reflecting upon itself, imagining some relationship with another. These persons clearly do not understand anything about love. By the same argument, they used to deny the reality of my exchanges with Prabhupada. They would have to reject their own feelings for departed family and friends. I am so pleased that Srila Prabhupada has made himself available and allowed me to revive my personal service to him in this Vapu manifestation. And because there were so many times we were alone together, I am happy that once again such private opportunities are presenting themselves. There are thoughts which one tells no one else but one's spiritual master. There are times when one needs the shelter which no one else can provide except one's spiritual master, for there are feelings quite unlike any others which one reserves only for one's spiritual master. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for accepting me under all circumstances. Thank you for always being here for me. Without you, my life has absolutely no meaning, no worth. Please allow me to always remain attached to your lotus feet, birth after birth. Your servant, Tamal Krishna Goswami.
This offering is by Bhakti Gaurava Narayan Swami. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my prostrated obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to your dear, most spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine self. Srila Gurudev, on the most auspicious occasion of your divine appearance, I would like to beg forgiveness for any offenses committed at your divine lotus feet. You are a true representative of Krishna, who knows the heart of every disciple and deals with him, her, accordingly. In the beginning days of Govardhan Ashram, which was personally named by you as Bhaktivedanta Ashram, there was no proper facility for you to stay. Still, you relished the humble facility there and spent few days and nights. You would sleep on the roof on a mat, and we would arrange a mosquito net for you with some sticks. One night, a dog who was staying there before we took possession of the property started barking in the middle of the night. You suddenly got up and told us we should not take service from a dog. Myself and Gauranga Prabhu came down from the roof and chased the dog out of the ashram property. Since then, the dog never came back. Another night you were sleeping on the roof and suddenly a loudspeaker sound came from the nearby Dhanagati temple in the middle of the night. We got up thinking you would be disturbed by the sound. When myself and Gopal Raj Prabhu went near you, I was thinking that now Srila Gurudev would send us to stop the loudspeaker and Brijavasi people would not listen to us. Srila Gurudev, you spared me and told Gopal Raj Prabhu to go and stop the loudspeaker. Gopal Raj Prabhu went to Dhanagati temple and explained to them how his spiritual master was unable to sleep because of the sound of the loudspeaker. Then they lowered the sound of the loudspeaker to some extent and you could go to sleep again. In spite of all such inconveniences, Srila Gurudev, you loved Braj and its inhabitants. You always wanted to live in Braj. You always thought of Braj. You always glorified Braj and the Brijavasis. Thus, you were always immersed in the mood of Braj and you were a true Brijavasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, on this auspicious occasion of your divine appearance, please bless me with a fraction of that Braja Prem, which is the ultimate goal of life. Your unworthy servant, Bhakti Gaurava Narayan Swami, Vrindavan, India. This offering is by Gargamuni Das. My dear Tamal Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. I very much miss your association from 1968 to 1977. I appreciate your attentive and devotional attitude of being Srila Prabhupada's secretary during that last 6 months of his Leela on this earth. I am sure you are again personally serving the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada as his private secretary. Your servant, Gargamuni Das, Vrindavan, India. This offering is by Abhiram Das. The spiritual master is receiving benediction from the ocean of mercy. Just as a cloud pours water on a forest to extinguish it, so the spiritual master delivers the afflicted world by extinguishing the blazing fire of material existence. I offer my most respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master, who is an ocean of auspicious qualities. Chanting holy name, dancing in ecstasy, singing and playing musical instruments, the spiritual master is always gladdened by the Sankirtan movement of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Because he is relishing the mallows of pure devotion within his mind, sometimes his hair stands on end, he feels quivering in his body, and tears flow from his eyes like waves. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master. The spiritual master is always engaged in the temple worship of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. He also engages his disciples in such worship. They dress the deities in beautiful clothes and ornaments, clean their temple, and perform other similar worship of the Lord. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master. The spiritual master is always offering Krishna 4 kinds of delicious food, analyzed as that which is licked, chewed, drunk, and sucked. When the spiritual master sees that the devotees are satisfied by eating Bhagavad Prasadam, he is satisfied. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master. The spiritual master is always eager to hear and chant about unlimited conjugal pastimes of Radhika and Madhava, and their qualities, names, and forms. The spiritual master aspires to relish these at every moment. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master. The spiritual master is very dear because he is expert in assisting the gopis, who at different times make different tasteful arrangements for the perfection of Radha and Krishna's conjugal loving affairs within the groves of Vrindavan. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master. The spiritual master is to be respected as much as the Supreme Lord, because he is the most confidential servitor of the Lord. This is acknowledged in all revealed scriptures and followed by all authorities. Therefore, I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master, who is a bona fide representative of Sri Hari Krishna. By mercy of the spiritual master, one receives the mercy of Krishna. Without the grace of the spiritual master, one cannot make any advancement. Therefore, I should always remember and praise the spiritual master at least 3 times a day. I should offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master. Every day before the rising of the sun, these prayers are sung to glorify the spiritual master before the deities of the Supreme Lord Krishna. It is a reflection on how the spiritual master is always engaged in the service of the Lord. In Srimad Bhagavatam, Sri Narada Muni revealed himself to Srila Vyasa and said, "My dear Vyas, even though a devotee of Lord Krishna sometimes falls down, somehow or other he certainly does not undergo material existence like others, because a person who has once relished the taste of the lotus feet of the Lord can do nothing but remember that ecstasy again and again. The Supreme Lord is himself this cosmos, and still he is aloof from it. From him only has this cosmic manifestation emanated. In him it rests, and unto him it enters after annihilation. Your good self knows all about it. O Muni, in the last millennium I was born as the son of a maidservant engaged in the service of Brahmanas, who were following the principles of Vedanta. When they were living together during months of all season, I was engaged in their personal service, those followers of the Vedanta blessed me with their causeless mercy, even though I was a boy and did not speak well that required. I could hear them describe the attractive activities of Lord Krishna, and thus, listening attentively, my taste for hearing of the Lord increased, and my attention to hear of the Lord was unflinching. I could realize that it was only in my ignorance that I had accepted gross and subtle coverings, for both the Lord and I was transcendental. I was very much attached to those sages. I was gentle in behavior, and all my sins were eradicated in their service. In my heart I had strong faith in them. I had subjugated the senses, and I was strictly following them with body and mind. As they were leaving, those Bhaktivedantas, who are very kind to poor-hearted souls, instructed me in that most confidential subject which is instructed by the personality of Godhead himself. By that confidential knowledge I could understand clearly the influence of the energy of Lord Sri Krishna, the creator, maintainer, and annihilator of everything. By knowing that, one can return to him and personally meet him. Today is the 76th Vyasa Puja of our beloved spiritual master, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Srila Gurudev. Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. Your eternal servant, Abhiram Das, Auckland, New Zealand. This offering is by Amritasya Das. Twamna sandarshito datra, dustaram nistitir shatam, kalim sadva haram pumsam, karnadara ivarnavam. We think that we have met your goodness by the will of Providence, just so that we may accept you as captain of the ship for those who desire to cross the difficult ocean of Kali, which deteriorates all the good qualities of a human being. Srimad Bhagavatam, 1st Canto, Chapter 1, Text 22. Dear Srila Gurudev, on this most joyful, blessed, and auspicious day of your transcendental appearance, I am remembering your transcendental words and activities, and in this way becoming purified. Attaining attachment to the sacred dust of your lotus feet is the goal of my life. For those lotus feet are a secure shelter for all fallen souls like myself. Please accept my most humble obeisances at your lotus feet and kindly forgive me for my offenses. I thank you for accepting me as your disciple and blessing me. Whatsoever I have achieved in my life is due to your blessing. Every year I try to describe my appreciation for you, your realizations, your teachings. However, I always fall short. You were so magnanimous, your golden heart so huge, your kindness so touching that you continuously conquered us again and again. You set such an amazing example for us to follow. The example you have set is what keeps us alive in Krishna consciousness. You have exemplified Krishna's kindness, purity, and sincerity, relationship between guru and disciple. You have helped my connection get better. I am so grateful. Thank you again for everything. Your servant, Amritasya Das, Sydney, Australia.
Amrata Pani Devi Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and to you. Srila Gurudev, since I met you in the early 90s, you have been a huge influence in my life. Your qualities of loyalty, steadiness, determination, self-control, faith, self-discipline, kindness, compassion, patience, and many, many more have inspired me and kept me safe in your beloved Srila Prabhupada's movement. Because of you, Srila Gurudev, I am still here. Because of you, I have learned so much about being a Vaishnava. Because of you, I have weathered the challenges brought about by COVID. Because of you, I am a little more humble than I was before I met you. Because of you and your example, I have continued in my service at the temple. Because of you, I have not given up my job at the Gurukula, even though COVID changed so much. Because of you, my 2 grandsons are growing into nice little devotees. Because of you, I am living a life that is sane and satisfying. Because of you, I have a spiritual family who supports, encourages, and loves me. There are many I's in this offering, because I am a most insignificant ant that you have nurtured and inspired to do my small part in spreading the Sankirtan movement. Without you, I wouldn't be part of such an amazing society. In fact, I would be nothing. Zero. Because anything of value that I do is because of your mercy. I remember you today, Srila Gurudev, with love and eternal gratitude for all that you still do for me, my family, and ISKCON. Your insignificant servant, Amrita Pani Devi Dasi, Auckland, New Zealand. Ananda Moya Das and Ragatmika Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Gurudev and Srila Prabhupada. I want to express my gratitude to you for showing us how to please Srila Prabhupada, which is by distributing books and spreading Krishna consciousness. Srila Gurudev, you are truly expert at dealing with everyone, knowing exactly what to say to soften the hearts of your disciples and inspiring them to continue in their service. You have showed us the power of pure chanting to purify both the mind and body from all material contamination, and for increasing engagement in devotional service. From your example, we can see how we should serve our spiritual family and how to seriously engage in devotional service. For this, we are eternally grateful. I pray that we can follow the instructions you have so kindly given us, so we can serve you selflessly, with sincerity and devotion, assisting you in your service to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for giving me the association of devotees and the opportunity to engage in devotional service. Please allow me to always take shelter of your lotus feet. Please empower me to become a devotee at your lotus feet, aspiring to remain the servant of your servants, your humble servant, Ananda Moya Das and Ragatmika Dasi, Sydney, Australia. Ananga Manjari Devi Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories unto you. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Your disciples are so wonderful because they have a wonderful guru. Even though you are no longer physically present, all your disciples continue to churn the nectar of your pastimes and instructions on mediums such as WhatsApp, TKG Sangha, and Internet, TKG Nectar. You are still very much alive in their hearts, and I feel proud to have their association and thus your association. Please continue to shower your mercy on us. Your aspiring goddaughter, Ananga Manjari Devi Dasi, Perth, Australia. Arjuna Krishna Das. Please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glory goes to you on this most auspicious day. All glory to Srila Prabhupada, and all glory to the entire Guru Parampara. The spiritual master is to be honored as much as the Supreme Lord, because he is the most confidential servitor of the Lord. This is acknowledged in all revealed scriptures and followed by all authorities. Therefore, I offer my respectful obeisances onto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master, who is the bona fide representative of Sri Hari Krishna. A disciple should always remember that by serving the spiritual master, he can easily advance in Krishna consciousness. All those scriptures recommend that it is by pleasing the spiritual master and serving him directly that one can attain the highest professional stage of devotional service. So now I am praying very sincerely that I always stay engaged in your loving service and that I stay in the association of bona fide devotees and do some humble service to them. I want to thank you, Srila Gurudev, for the shelter you have given me throughout my life, because without you, I would just be a dead body. I have so many wonderful memories to hold on to that you have mercifully given me. I chant every day up in your darshan room, making my japa my priority. I can go on and on speaking about your wonderful pastimes and incredible achievements you have conquered serving Srila Prabhupada and this ISKCON society. All glories to you, my most beloved and merciful spiritual master. Sri Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Your servant of the servant of the servant, Arjuna Krishna Das, Dallas, Texas, USA.
This offering is by Arvindini Devidasi. To my dear most Gurudev, I offer my most humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet on this auspicious occasion of your divine appearance. You have unlimited qualities, Srila Gurudev, and I am so insignificant that to glorify you is just beyond me. So I will tell you how you bestowed your mercy on me and my family. I have had very, very few and short encounters with you on a personal level, but in those short periods of time you have given me immense mercy. In the very early days of my joining the ISKCON movement, when you would arrive, we were all given the opportunity to garland you and pay our obeisances. In that brief span of time, you would look at us so lovingly, as if your eyes were caressing us, and in reciprocation, we would experience so much love for you, Srila Gurudev. It continued like this, and my love for you increased more and more. My family, like my mother and sisters, seeing the change in me and my practices, also got inspired to associate with you. You were so loving to my family that every time you came to Fiji, they would travel to Suba from Lautoka to take darshan and association, however fleeting the association was. In their hearts, they had accepted you as their guru. In 1996, you officially gave Diksha to my mother, Gopi Krishna Devi Dasi, and 2 years later you accepted me as your disciple and gave my mother second initiation. And then suddenly you left us to join Srila Prabhupada. We were all devastated. What was to become of us without our Gurudev? But dear Gurudev, you had instructed your godbrothers, His Holiness Bir Krishna Goswami Maharaj, His Holiness Veda Vyasa Puja Swami Maharaj, and His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj to take care of your disciples. And true to you, His Holiness Veda Vyasa Puja Swami Maharaj has taken such good care of me every time I visit Vrindavan, from accommodation to travel to general care and protection. Also, since then, His Holiness Bir Krishna Goswami Maharaj has given initiation to my sisters, Archana Devidasi in 2004, Sumukhi Devidasi in 2018, Mangala Prada Devidasi in 2021, and Krishna Vilashini Devidasi in 2022. It has been only through your mercy, Gurudev, that the seed of bhakti was implanted in our hearts. In 2021, when my sister Mangala Prada Devidasi could feel the urge for spiritual life, the desperate urge to chant and visit the temple, she was so desperately driven to the spiritual life that she said, "It's only because of His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami." She recalls one of your visits to Krishna Kaliya temple in Lautoka, where a large crowd had gathered to pay their obeisances. As my sister bowed down to pay respects, she was pushed from behind, and her hands landed directly on your feet. For what seemed like an eternity to her, you peered down, but with mercy in your eyes, and she felt relieved. She said, that touch and look came into fruition in 2020. Srila Gurudev, you have been extremely merciful to me and my family. Only because of your mercy, my family has taken up Krishna consciousness. My dear Gurudev, may your mercy always be on this very insignificant and foolish disciple. Today, I only ask that as you inspired my mother and sisters in devotional life, may you also bestow your blessings on my husband and children, so that they can also take to devotional lives. Srila Gurudev's Vyasa Puja Mahotsava Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Eternally indebted. Arvindini Devi Dasi, Sydney, Australia.
Ashutosh Das and Vyas Gopi Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances unto your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Srila Gurudev. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga. First of all, I would like to thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to offer my homages to Srila Gurudev and his Vyasa Puja 2022. Me and my wife, Vraj Gopi Devi Dasi, are indebted to Srila Gurudev to become his disciples, and we are glorified to be his Shishya. As for Srila Gurudev, he has done so much for Srila Prabhupada to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. Srila Gurudev was a front-line soldier for Srila Prabhupada's mission. Srila Gurudev is a Bhakti Lata Byaj that grows in ISKCON. Srila Gurudev is well trained by Srila Prabhupada, where he teaches us how to respect his other god brothers when they visit Fiji. And also, Srila Gurudev is well trained in all aspects where Srila Prabhupada implemented the seeds in Gurudev's heart, and he has not gone empty-handed. He took the Bhakti Lata Byaj back to Godhead, where Prabhupada is waiting for him. Once again, wishing a happy 76th Vyasa Puja to Srila Gurudev. Remain your humble eternal servants, Ashutosh Das and Vyas Gopi Devi Dasi, Labasa, Fiji Island. Balakrishna Das and Bhakti Devi Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, on this appearance day of your divine grace, please let us thank you for pulling us from the ocean of nescience by delivering the sublime message of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We are feeling the burden of your separation, and please forgive us. We are crying out for you upon this most joyous occasion. It is the only lamentation worthy of grief. We have been burning in this vast ocean of materialistic sense enjoyment, and release can only be found by fully surrendering ourselves to your instructions. Wake up! Wake up! You are calling out to us. How long will you continue to sleep on the lap of the witch Maya? Take this medicine, which is the only cure to your material disease of the repetition of birth, death, old age, and disease. So by giving us this joyous process of chanting, dancing, and taking Krishna praised, you have placed us firmly on the path back home, back to Godhead. May we always immerse our minds completely in the service to follow your sacred orders. Our debt to you is impossible to repay, but we pray for the guidance and assistance from your divine grace. Srila Gurudev, we pray that we may never forget your instructions and always work cooperatively to carry out your order. Your menial servants, Balakrishna Das and Bhakti Devi Dasi, Singapore.
This offering is by Bhaja Govinda Das and family. Dear beloved Srila Gurudev, please accept my very most humble obeisances. All glories to you on your 76th Vyasa Puja celebration. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Gurudev, as years are passing by, our physical separation is also increasing. This year, March 2022, marks 20 years since you've left this material world. By calculation, it seems to be a long time, but all the moments and memories with you are still fresh. Ya adyo Bhagavan Pumsam, Ishvaro by Bhavan Kila, Lokasya Tamasandasya, Chakshu Surya Ibodita. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the origin and Supreme Lord of all living entities. You have arisen to disseminate the rays of the sun in order to dissipate the darkness of ignorance of the universe. Kapila Muni is accepted as an incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. Here the word Adya means the origin of all living entities, and Pumsam Ishvara means the Lord, Ishvara, of the living entities. Ishvara Paramakrishna. Kapila Muni is a direct expansion of Krishna, who is the sun of spiritual knowledge. The sun dissipates the darkness of the universe, and when the light of the Supreme Personality of Godhead comes down, it at once similarly dissipates the darkness of Maya. We have our eyes, but without the light of the sun, our eyes are of no value. Similarly, without the light of the Supreme Lord, or without the divine grace of the spiritual master, one cannot see things as they are. Teachings of Lord Kapila, chapter 6, verse 9. Reading the above makes me feel that we are simply dependent on your mercy, Srila Gurudev, and without your guidance we are useless. Currently, I am very busy with household life responsibilities, and pray that when my time is over with these responsibilities, please take me and use me in the best possible way you like for your Sankirtan mission. Day in and day out, I just meditate on your instructions to go and preach this Krishna consciousness in every town and every village. When will that day come? When I can fulfill your instruction? I am hopeless disciple with so many faults and with shortcomings, but you still give us a chance to serve you. Please allow me that I can perfect myself and be able to serve you with the best of my abilities. Today we celebrate the 76th Vyasa Puja celebration for you and for a disciple. What would be any better day than the appearance day of their spiritual master? Happy 76th Vyasa Puja. Once again, we offer and surrender our heart and soul at the very dust of your lotus feet. Srila Gurudev Vyasa Puja Ki Jai. Praying to remain your humble servant, birth after birth. Bhaja Govinda Das, Narayani Devi Dasi, Bhakta Shyam Sundar Raju, 16 years old, Bhakta Govardhan Giridhari Raju, 12 years old, Bhakta Gopal Bhatta Raju, 9 years old, Sydney, Australia.
Offering from Bhaktivinoda Das and Sri Radhika Devi Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept our humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, and all glories to your unending, selfless service to him. When standing close to a mountain, one cannot see clearly or appreciate the scope and greatness of the mountain. One can only see the bushes, trees, and rocks within one's immediate field of vision. But with distance from the mountain, when one is looking at the mountain from afar, one can gradually begin to understand the mountain's full grandeur and splendor. 20 years have passed since we were deprived of your physical presence, and with the passage of time, we are coming to increasingly appreciate your amazing qualities, abilities, and achievements, and most importantly, your unflinching faith and devotion to Srila Prabhupada and the Supreme Lord Krishna. Wherever we travel in the world, we always feel so proud and happy by the amount of respect and awe that is expressed at the mere mention of your name. What to speak of your immeasurable service to Srila Prabhupada and his beloved ISKCON. Since your physical departure from this world, we've had to learn the hard lesson of serving the Vani in the absence of the Vapu. We have had the rarest good fortune of coming in contact with you and being accepted as your disciples. although our personal association together was so short. But the Shastras tell us, Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Shastrakai, Lava Matra Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Siddhihai. The verdict of all revealed scriptures is that even by a moment's association with the pure devotee, one can attain all success. In this dark age, where the influence of Kali is alarmingly prevalent all around us, especially in the Maya Nagari of Hong Kong, you continue to be our beacon of light, illuminating the path back to Godhead for us all, and we are eternally indebted to you for your love and compassion towards us. Time alone separates our reunion in the spiritual world. Until then, we continue to serve you, our beloved and most loving Father, by holding dear your instructions and acting upon them. Please forgive our innumerable offenses, shortcomings, and weaknesses, and please continue to give us shelter at your divine lotus feet, without which we are lost. We love you and miss you very much. Hare Krishna. Begging to remain your humble servants eternally, Bhaktivinoda Das and Shri Radhika Devi Dasi, Hong Kong. Offering from Bilva Mangal Das and Krishodari Devi Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept our Dandavat Pranam at your divine lotus feet. All glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. A very happy 76th Vyasa Puja to you, Srila Gurudev. You have left such a legacy in ISKCON that there is no comparison to the service you rendered to His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada, and to the society. Your dear God brothers, God sisters, and your disciples really miss you. In fact, ISKCON as a whole misses you too. We are eternally grateful to you for giving us shelter at your divine lotus feet and always guiding and protecting us in our spiritual journey. You always reminded us to keep association of devotees and never leave their company. Whenever we listen to your class, we feel your presence. We are very fortunate to have several wonderful devotee families living close by us. We hold regular programs every Friday from 6:30 p.m., which is open to all. South Auckland Namhata is headed by His Grace Nandavraj Prabhu, who is a very sweet and humble devotee with great leadership qualities. We hold regular home programs, do harinams in different suburbs of Auckland, and distribute Srila Prabhupada's books and prasadam. Our both daughters, Anuradha and Govinda Priya, are doing well too. Govinda Priya is living about 10 minutes away from our home with Roshan and their children, Keshav and Prahlad. Meanwhile, Anuradha resides in Latvia with her husband, Acharya. They have a son named Gadai Gauranga, who is just over a year old. He has started to walk independently. Materially, Sri Krishna has blessed us with everything. Now we are seriously looking at how to improve our devotion to Sri Sri Radha and Krishna and Sri Sri Nitai Sachi Sutta. Gurudev, please bless us so that we become free from all anarthas and make steady progress in our devotional service. Your insignificant servants, Bilva Mangal Das and Krishodari Devi Dasi, Auckland, New Zealand. Offering from Brahma Samita Das. Dear Srila Gurudev, on this auspicious day of your appearance, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your lotus feet. Today I was remembering the first class that I heard you give. Honestly, when I first came to the temple, I was not really looking for a spiritual master. I was a bit perplexed as to why the Supreme Lord would create something so horrible as this material world. So I thought, there must be something better than this. Therefore, I found some of the descriptions of the spiritual world that are contained in Srila Prabhupada's books to be appealing. However, one of the first points he made in the class that day was that Krishna was everyone's father. Because of that, he does not like to see his children suffering in the material world. Therefore, he has arranged for the disciplic succession. Those words had a powerful effect on me then, and they have a powerful effect on me now, because that really means that the Guru occupies the most important position in the material world. It is a position higher than any government official, any king, any rich man, or any powerful person. There is not one single place that the conditioned souls can go in this material world to get relief from the blazing fire of material existence, aside from the lotus feet of the spiritual master. In fact, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti has said that just as a lotus flower is relished by the bumblebees, similarly, the sweet mercy of the spiritual master is relished by the devotees. What is that sweet mercy? Srila Gurudev, I heard you say once that the spiritual master shares with the disciple all that he has realized about spiritual life. This is very sweet, because in the material world, when people have something that is extremely valuable, they generally don't want to share it with others. In contrast to that, my Lord, you not only share your valuable realizations, but you also share yourself in the form of your time, your energy, your mind, your intelligence, and your very soul, with those of us who are very dependent on you. For example, I recall the last conversation we had a few months before you left this world. You told me that you had thought about me all the previous night. You said that you did not think of anyone else. Then you said that is the advantage that you have of being fallen. So the Guru has to think about you all the time. How can such sweetness be matched? There is no value that can be put on it. This fallen soul, with no qualification whatsoever, has found shelter from the blazing fire of material existence because of your mercy alone. Therefore it is said that the spiritual master is very dear. You are very dear to all of us who have taken shelter at your lotus feet. Therefore, I don't care what I have to endure. I pray that my only desire be to be your unconditional slave for all eternity. My Lord, I pray that my only desire be to do those things that make you happy, whatever that might be. I don't need anything other than that. I want that desire to blaze strong in my heart and increase more and more without limit. Srila Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada said that you can withstand fire. I pray that I become a very tolerant tree whose shade gives you shelter from any heat that you might be experiencing from any fire. Let me suffer, but let you and those you love experience comfort and happiness. Let me be cut down, but I pray that no harm comes to you and those you love. Simply let me become very humble, very tolerant, and render you sincere, pure service. That is all that is required. Praying to become your pure servant, Brahma Samhita Das, Round Rock, Texas, USA.
This is an offering by Chandra Koti Devi Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Your kindness and compassion is deeper than the ocean. Your service to your spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada, was always first class. Your achievements in devotional service are amazing and unique, and there were many things that Srila Prabhupada would only entrust you. You were one of the prominent pillars of ISKCON, and you were often referred to as Srila Prabhupada's right-hand man. Srila Gurudev, thank you for accepting me as your disciple 30 years ago. It is only by your mercy that I can make any advancement on the path of spiritual life. Since you left us in 2001, we all became bereft of your physical presence upon this earth planet. I was fortunate beyond doubt, as so many of us were, to have had experiences of that association. Those memories of when you were physically present on the planet are memories to hold and cherish deep within the heart. Ultimately, even those simple things can have such a great impact to me as an individual and to us collectively. To name a few, your smile. When you would smile, it is as though the whole room becomes immediately illuminated, the brightness dispelling the fog of ignorance, and the shadow of misgivings would disappear. Those smiles light up my heart, and I treasure them. Your touch. I remember the magic touch when on a trip into China. This was in the early 90s, when the preaching was heavily undercover, and therefore the usual formalities and etiquette between the spiritual master and disciple were approximately adjusted. Having just stepped out of the airport in Xi'an, we were all seated in a van. While struggling to reorganize the luggage inside the vehicle, a devotee suddenly elbowed me straight into the side of my head. Instantly, I felt your hand upon my shoulder as you inquired with great concern, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" That magic touch reverberated throughout my whole body, and I didn't feel any of the pain, as your touch was energized and flowing with the soothing salve of your transcendental love and care for me, as my eternal spiritual father, and that was all that mattered. Your footsteps. When you were upon the earth planet, there were opportunities to literally follow your footsteps, although following in your footsteps has another meaning. I remember during the 90s, I had the great fortune to follow your footsteps upon the holy land of Vrindavan. In fact, to follow your footsteps anywhere on this earth planet was to follow that person, the spiritual master, who leads us back to the Supreme Lord, Sri Krishna. Your words bring clarity and direction, the guidance on how to get out of the entanglement of this material world, and to obtain the ultimate goal of this human form of life. Every moment of your association was valuable and precious, and a mere moment can easily be transformed into eternity between the spiritual master and the disciple in transcendental and eternal connection. I pray that your touch, your smile, your glance, your example, and your words forever enliven me and keep me fixed on the path back to Godhead. Your exact words in a letter which you wrote to me in 1990 were, "It is my desire to see that you go back to Godhead. Please bestow upon me the faith, the purity, and the conviction which I need to fulfill my part in this desire of yours. Please bestow upon me the strength and determination to always hold firmly to the lotus feet of Sri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to you on this most auspicious Vyasa Puja day. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Your servant, Chandra Koti Devi Dasi, Melbourne, Australia."
Chitra Vilasini Devi Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Srila Gurudev. I have the pleasure to offer my homage to my beloved Srila Gurudev Tamal Krishna Goswami on his 76th Vyasa Puja. As a Chinese disciple of Srila Gurudev in Hong Kong, I had the opportunity to preach in China for over 10 years. I recently heard a lecture given by Srila Gurudev narrating his preaching in China in early years. It was funny to hear that Srila Gurudev was served a vegetarian cake made with insects inside. I had the horrified experience of being investigated by over 10 policemen carrying guns in our apartment during our gathering. They held thick sticks blocking the door and prohibiting anyone from leaving the premise where we gathered. Fortunately, we were protected by Nishringadev and no one was arrested. Despite the dangerous situation and austerities in preaching in China, a special country with many restrictions from the government, especially in the early years, Srila Gurudev attained great success in his preaching due to his determination and dedication to Srila Prabhupada's China mission. As we can see so many Chinese devotees in numerous areas and provinces all over China, even in the remote area like Mongolia, we indeed are all proud of Srila Gurudev's achievements in serving Srila Prabhupada. In the meantime, we should also act in a way that Srila Gurudev would be proud of his disciples. This is the best glorification of a spiritual master. Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev Vyasa Puja Ki Jai, your insignificant servant, Chitra Vilasini Devi Dasi, Hong Kong.
Dayal Nitai Das. Dear and respected Srila Gurudev, please accept my heartfelt obeisances in the dust at your feet. All glories to your holiness, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. On the occasion of this year's Vyasa Puja, allow me to share these particular vivid memories of your wonderful presence in my life. This one was, if I'm not mistaken, at an airport of Xi'an. You spoke to the three of us, your dedicated but not very strong soldiers, with perhaps 10 minutes to go before you would have to go to board your plane. Try not to get married. Try to remain brahmachari. It was your fatherly advice, lovingly given to us with only the best in mind for ourselves, as well as for Srila Prabhupada's preaching mission. As always, after having spent time in your high-level association, we felt encouraged, determined, enriched. We returned to our fields of action in Krishna consciousness with strengthened enthusiasm. You had given us the highest regard. At another occasion, you taught, when a disciple gets married, the guru loses a disciple. Then in 91, at the manor, you offered me a perfect solution to my travel situation. Why don't you join our efforts in China and Taiwan? Overwhelmed at the prospect and the honor, I felt I had to think about this. On the stairs right in front of the room in which you were staying, 2 of your married disciples were encouraging me to grab the opportunity without delay. When you happened to walk by, you joyfully remarked, "Now look, 2 grihastas convincing this bhakta to remain brahmachari." In one of your brilliant lectures, I heard you make the point that if we would actually learn from our experiences, we would all be geniuses by now. How true this is. I mean, taking myself for an example, if I would actually put into sincere practice all advice, teachings, experience, mercy that has been gracefully offered to me, there really would not be anything to worry about. I would be feeling sheltered close to you, to Srila Prabhupada, to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself. Without the slightest doubt, you have given the utmost best of yourself to further the purely spiritual ambitions of your beloved Srila Prabhupada, and with considerable and widely recognized and appreciated success worldwide. The skillful guidance and genuine encouragement you have given to me personally should suffice to keep me going all the way. The ball is in my court. I thank you profusely, and I am looking forward to meeting and serving on your team again. Hare Krishna, your servant, Dayal Nitai Das, Berchem, Belgium.
This is a Vyasa Puja offering from Devaki Devi Dasi. Dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances unto your lotus feet. On this very auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, Srila Gurudev. I thank you for taking me on board your spiritual ship and giving me a new life, my eternal path back home. You have been an inspiration in my life through your pure love, devotion, and dedication for being Srila Prabhupada's right-hand figure in the propagation of his mission in ISKCON. Gurudev, I am trying my best to be a humble servant of the servant of the servant, and also assisting the senior devotees in services where required in the temple. I remain your eternal servant, and Gurudev, a very happy 76th birthday. Hare Krishna. Your disciple, Devaki Devi Dasi, Auckland, New Zealand. Offering from Devananda Das and family. Dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances at your lotus feet. On this most auspicious occasion of your appearance, I would like to wish you a very happy Vyasa Puja. I find it hard to glorify your transcendental position just by a few words. I wish to engage more and more in Krishna conscious activities through your instructions, and I pray for your mercy. It was only because of your mercy that I was able to come out of the clutches of Maya. Gurudev, thank you so very much for accepting me as your disciple. Gurudev, I beg at the dust of your lotus feet for your blessings. Please accept my humble offering for your grand Vyasa Puja. Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. Your most fallen servants, late Devananda Das, Madhvi Devi Dasi, and Bhakta Nakul, Latoka, Fiji Islands. Dwarkanath Das, offering to Gurudev. Please accept my humble obeisance at your lotus feet on this most auspicious day of your appearance and Vyasa Puja celebration. It is not possible to glorify you enough through words. Your glory is unlimited. Since first taking initiation from Srila Prabhupada, you displayed your leadership qualities right away, which attracted Srila Prabhupada's attention. And ever since you became the most confidential servant of Srila Prabhupada, so much so that he expected you to carry out the most seemingly difficult tasks that he thought no one would be able to carry out except your divine grace. You made Srila Prabhupada's mission of spreading Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Harinam Sankirtan all over the world as your life's goal, and for that you worked tirelessly all your life. You also encouraged and engaged others in the service of Srila Prabhupada, and as a leader, you demanded acceptable performance from the team members that would be pleasing to Srila Prabhupada. And when you needed, you provided exceptional support and encouragement to team members so that they would become successful in their assigned duty. Later, you constantly served Srila Prabhupada during his last days in Vrindavan. After Srila Prabhupada's departure from this mortal world, you worked with the GBC members to guide ISKCON through a difficult time and make it a pure Gaudiya Vaishnava institute, following strictly the instructions provided by Srila Prabhupada. Just when everyone thinks of retiring from active life, you decided to pursue higher education just for preaching Srila Prabhupada's message to the intelligent class of people, which was unimaginable for common people. Srila Gurudev, your glories and achievements are befitting to highly elevated Vaishnav Goswamis. Srila Gurudev, I am begging for your blessings to give me strength to carry out your order and follow your instruction with full faith and determination. Srila Gurudev, you have been so kind that you have provided so many devotees to associate with, to make my faith in you firm and steady. Gurudev, I'm begging you to keep me at your lotus feet and protect me from committing offenses in devotional service. Your eternal servant, Dorkanath Das, Houston, Texas, USA. Offering from Gopal Krishna Das. My dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances unto the dust of your most auspicious lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, and all glories unto you, my spiritual father and constant guide. Despite the difficulty of your physical separation, as we all dearly miss your physical association, your spiritual presence gladly becomes stronger as time passes. It is true that in absence, the heart grows fonder. Although it may seem sentimental, but I realize that this is not the same sentimentalism. Your physical absence magnifies your spiritual presence in our lives as we learn to focus more on your instructions and learn to understand your mood deeply as the years go by. Your dedication to Srila Prabhupada is something so wonderful to behold. And we realize just how committed and devoted you were and how you conducted yourself as his disciple. In the same manner, you give us more to ponder, learn, and emulate your mood as we attempt to follow in your divine footsteps. Your transcendental relationship with Srila Prabhupada has given us a deeper understanding of the guru and disciple relationship as we examine ourselves in our humble attempt to improve and grow in Krishna consciousness. Your example is a beacon for us, and your instructions a compass when we fall to the wayside, anchoring us back every time we lose our way. Spiritual life, indeed, is not cheap, and your life is a most magnanimous example of how one must dedicate mind, body, and soul to the process of bhakti yoga in order to find real meaning and purpose in life. You are an ocean of mercy for being the torchlight in our darkness. I constantly pray for your divine mercy and blessings so I may develop the same taste and impetus to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Sankirtan movement. Only by your constant guidance and example, through your instructions directly and indirectly, through your godbrothers and sisters, can we, your disciples, never lose sight of that beacon of spiritual light as we navigate ourselves in this material world. Please bestow upon us your own prema bhakti so that we too may develop the same spiritual taste and fervor to serve Shri Guru and Gauranga. Please allow us to constantly be under your guidance and mercy as we try to conduct our lives through this most wonderful Krishna consciousness movement that Srila Prabhupada has mercifully spread globally. May your most auspicious Vyasa Puja be a constant reminder of your instructions and unconditional love to help us find our way back to their lordships, Shri Shri Gaur Nitai, Shri Shri Krishna Balaram, Shri Shri Radhe Shyam, and our most prestigious Parampara. We do not have much to offer, and so we pray that we may become qualified to serve you lifetime after lifetime until we are fully cleansed of our anarthas and material desires and come close to being qualified to serve their lordships. Only through you do we have any chance of achieving this goal. Therefore, allow us to glorify you and offer whatever little we can on your most auspicious Vyasa Puja. Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. Aspiring to be your humble servant, lifetime after lifetime, Gopal Krishna Das, City of Talisay, Cebu, Philippines. Offering from Gopa Nandini Devi Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. On your 76th appearance day, I offer the greatest praise and worship to honor you, my spiritual master. I feel so blessed to have served you in such a personal way. You said in a class in Dallas, when you associate with my godbrothers, you associate with me. So when I read their wonderful books about you, I feel like you are here. I pray one day I will be your eternal servant. Sunday lunches are not the same. Praying to be your humble servant forever. Gopanandini Devi Dasi, Dallas, Texas, USA. Offering from Guru Dakshin Das. All glories to His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Gurudev. I am honored to have known Srila Gurudev so closely. He was amongst the most senior disciples of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. There is still so much I am learning about him, and I eagerly draw upon others for that information. I am insignificant before my spiritual master. On this occasion of his 76th Vyasa Puja, Gurudev reveals himself for me in several associations and locations, namely in Sridham, Mayapur, in Melbourne, in Sydney, in Fiji, and in Texas. I listened to him, I walked with him, I talked with him, and I took prasadam with him and received instructions from him. I first engaged with him in Australia in the late 70s. My service was with Bhaktivedanta Archives, and I was making and distributing Srila Prabhupada's recordings, audio and video. So being a recording engineer, I recorded Gurudev in audio, video, and photography. His presence at programs was always exciting. His personal care of his disciples was exceptional. He attracted a large following. His great gift was to spread the realization of the message of Krishna consciousness in an attractive manner, in a clear manner, and with great force. Dandavats, and thank you so much for pulling me out of the clutches of Maya. Your servant of the servant of the servant, Guru Dakshin Das, Melbourne, Australia. Offering from Hayagriva Das and family. Dear beloved Sri Guru Maharaj, please accept my most humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. On this most auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, kindly place your lotus feet on my head, on the head of my son Guru Das, my wife Sumohini, and my mother and father Guru Maharaj. Kindly bless us that we always be at your lotus feet, love you, serve you, and never commit offenses at your lotus feet. Guru Maharaj, kindly bless us that we never commit any offenses unto the Vaishnavas and never find faults with them. Guru Maharaj, by your mercy, I am going to your samadhi every day to offer breakfast. Kindly give me good health so I can continue my seva at the samadhi for many years to come. Guru Maharaj, we miss you a lot. We are sure one day we will surely meet you in the spiritual world by your divine grace. Your most humble servants, Hayagriva Das, Sumohini Devi Dasi, and Guru Das, Mayapur, India. Offering from Jayanti Devi Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, to your lotus feet, and to Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji. I have been most fortunate to receive the mercy of the Supreme Lord, and that I was delivered to your lotus feet to be given shelter. You were probably not the spiritual master I would have chosen for myself because of your strictness, but you were the spiritual master that I needed, and Krishna knew that. He sat me down right in front of you. I heard you referred to as the spider, and now I know why. Once I got within your voice range, I was trapped. Your preaching touched my heart, and that sealed the deal. How lucky I am to have been caught in your web. You were so expert in all your service to Srila Prabhupada and Krishna, and made sure that your disciples were shown how to please the Supreme Lord and the Spiritual Master. We will never be able to compare ourselves to your example, but at least we know what needs to be done to become good disciples. I hope that before I give up this body, I will become the kind of disciple who causes a smile to come to your face when you hear my name. That way I will have achieved my goal to please you and Srila Prabhupada. Thank you again for your mercy and training. Without you, I would certainly be destined to a very unpleasant future. Your grateful servant, Jayanti Devi Dasi, Dallas, Texas, USA. Offering from Jai Radhe Devi Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to ISKCON. This last year I have been meditating on the love you gave out in all its glorious kaleidoscopic array. Your love for Srila Prabhupada encompassed oceans of variegatedness, and the love you received from Srila Prabhupada submerged your soul in so much ecstasy that you were always looking for Srila Prabhupada in every aspect, every moment of your life on this earth after Srila Prabhupada's departure. You said to me you wish sometimes you could just walk through the door of any ISKCON palace and go and talk to and confide in your spiritual master still. When I observed you offering Guru Puja to Srila Prabhupada at the manor, your absorption was so complete, so intense, that no one else could break into this divine magical space. Sometimes I could see you saying something, or maybe they were prayers, but to me it seemed like you were having a deep conversation. You inspired me so much, and I can safely and proudly say that the personal instructions you gave me are my lifeblood. I remember you when I am with people, devotees and non-devotees, and reflect before I utter any words, and my thoughts are always, how would Gurudev want me to react and speak? In the early hours of this morning, these words burst out of my sleep. Your love helps with all its might to flee from Maya's fights and sights, from the roads that cause frights. I feel your protection in bright lights. The books you wrote are a living light, torch bearers of avoiding the material sprites that revolve on dark nights. But you rescue me and say to hold on tight. The day will come, we will meet on a glorious flight, and all dance together in front of His divine grace with joyful smiles of great delight. And I remember that sweet day you said, "Chant with me like this." And I chanted like that, and I still chant like that, with transcendental moonbeams of memories of your holy self. I remain and always will, despite my imperfections, a loving spiritual daughter to you, your ever grateful and imperfect disciple, Jai Radhe Devi Dasi, United Kingdom. Offering from Jai Shri Devi Dasi. My dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories unto you, who have been very dear to Srila Prabhupada, for your surrender and determination in assisting him in every way. Thank you so much for being with us all these years. We are the least comparable to others who have done great service unto you, but you are always there to inspire and guide us to continue doing whatever little service we can do to please Guru and Krishna. Your words, memories, and pastimes are our strength to keep going with our spiritual life, despite little associations with devotees. Through your godbrothers and sisters, we get to have your association and are able to serve you through serving and pleasing them. When they are pleased, we feel you are pleased as well. At present, we are working on a project where we can develop a community for devotees to associate and do different preaching services for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada and Sri Sri Gaur Nitai. Please give us your blessings with this venture through the guidance of His Holiness Giridhari Swami and His Holiness Bhakti Anugraha Janardhan Swami. I pray that we can continue and expand our preaching activities, assist and serve the devotees in any way we can. For so doing, we will be able to please you and Srila Prabhupada. We pray that you and Krishna will be everything in our lives, because other attachments in this material world will only cause us pain and suffering. On this very auspicious day, allow us to honor and greet a wonderful Father like you, one who possesses all the qualities of a pure devotee and is an ocean of mercy. A happy appearance day, our dear Father. All glories unto you. Your daughter, Jai Shri Devi Dasi, city of Talisay, Cebu, Philippines. Offering from Keshava Das. My dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my respectful obeisances. All glories to your divine grace. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Another year has passed, and once again, it is time to reflect upon our relationship. You are the driving force of all that I do in Krishna's service. As I reflect on the training I received from you, I have become increasingly aware of my good fortune to have been taught by someone who was trained by Srila Prabhupada himself. It was such a blessing to have been in direct contact with you during your manifest pastimes, as you always kept us accountable for the service we rendered. You always made sure that we were being attentive to any task that you had given us, and with your keen eye for detail, you made sure we were offering our best service to Krishna. Not only were you personally trained by Srila Prabhupada, but you were able to withstand the many tests and tasks that he assigned you. Pradyumna Prabhu once related that when Srila Prabhupada was unable to find someone to complete a particular service, he would say, "Call Tamal." Srila Prabhupada also commented that you could walk through fire for Krishna. He expected so much from you, and after his departure, you continued rendering dedicated service to him without faltering. Srila Prabhupada once confided in you at the end of his pastimes that he wanted to train at least one of his disciples fully, so he asked you to stay with him during his final months in this world. You are known and remembered for your high standards, which you practiced and passed on to those around you. I will always feel grateful for the many lessons I learned in your association. I especially appreciated that you were one of the only people in my life who would tell me what I needed to hear, as opposed to what I wanted to hear. Your frankness and honesty were disarming, yet I always felt safe and secure in your company. I especially remember you for your scholarship and your dedication to our rich heritage. You told us that after your studies at Cambridge were completed, you would head to India to drink deeply from the sweetness of the holy dhammas. Above all else, you relished the association of your God family, and you would take every opportunity to gain their association. You always insisted that we offer the same respect to your godbrothers and godsisters that we offered to you. The last time I saw you in Oxford, you asked me if two of your godbrothers who were living in the same city in Australia were associating with each other regularly. When I mentioned that they were not, you replied, "Why not? If I were there, I would be spending a lot of time with both of them." In this way, you displayed the importance of not taking one's God family for granted. As your disciples, we were often held accountable for any mistakes we made during our service. You expected only the best for Krishna and demanded that we follow your mood in this regard. You once told a disciple, "Devotees think I'm attached to opulent prasadam. I'm not. I just think if you're cooking for Krishna, you should offer him the best." You captured our hearts with your loving dealings, which in turn made it possible for us to accept your sometimes heavy chastisements. These corrections could be difficult to receive, but as I reflect on them with the passing of time, they become more and more relishable. Your association shaped us into the devotees we are today. Although I can't maintain the high standards that you set for me, I'm sincerely trying my best to contribute something valuable to your mission. On the day that you initiated me, you said, "Become a credit to your guru." I haven't always lived up to your expectations of me, but I try to remain a forward soldier, and thus hope to attract your mercy and meet you again one day. The last thing you said to me was, "Pray for me when you get to Mayapur." I replied, "I'll pray that we can one day reside together at Govardhan. I know you'll take care of me when it's time to make my final journey. Until then, I remain your aspiring servant, Keshava Das, Melbourne, Australia." Offering from Krishna Das. Dear Father, Savior of the fallen, please kindly accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and your divine grace. All glories to your beyond description service to Srila Prabhupada. It was the end of 1987 when I first had your darshan on a freezing night in the meeting room of that small 5 Rams hotel. Your divine grace was in a Western dress and leather shoes and looked so young compared with my imagination when I'd been told you were one of Srila Prabhupada's first disciples and his personal secretary. Then, in the coming years, between 1988 and 1996, basically we would have your darshan at least twice a year, as this place is so dear and important to you. You patiently fed us with the knowledge you had learned from your father. You tirelessly showered your mercy to establish us in faith in the kind Lord Sri Krishna, Srila Prabhupada, and his ISKCON movement. All the while I was witnessing the simple fact that you were willing to sacrifice everything to plant in our hearts the seed of bhakti, and you were very carefully watering the seeds with much attention that others were not fully aware of. The few times of traveling and serving by your side gave me more opportunities to observe a man who was living his teachings, a guru who had dedicated his words, mind, and body to serve his own guru. Had you not taken the trouble to go back to school and enter the field of academia, I'm sure I would have been your personal servant many more times, even though compared with most of my Chinese godbrothers, my association with you was far more already. Then in 2000, when you visited mainland for the last time, I was able to accompany you again for a trip. Then I served you in New Govardhan. I noticed the change you had had. Before you departed, I was embraced by you for the first and last time in my life. These few paragraphs summarize the 15 years physical association I had with your divine grace. It is plain and unromantic. Some weeks ago, I was interviewed by your dearmost friend and brother, His Holiness Giridhari Swami Maharaj, for a program, as I am one of the few left from the earliest days. When it came to the end, I was asked what keeps me hanging around after 35 years. All of a sudden, I broke down and cried so intensely before the 170 members in the audience, realizing the only reason I am still here is you have never given me up from the very beginning till now. Shameless as I am, on this specially day of your holy appearance, I pray and beg that you please just place me at a small corner of your divine lotus feet and never kick me out of its cool shadow, for it is the only purpose of your divine appearance to save the most fallen and bring them home back to Godhead. I beg to remain Krishna Das, Guangzhou, China. Offering from Krishna Kripa Das. I pray that Krishna will bless all of the disciples, friends, and God siblings of our beloved Srila Gurudev with the foresight to gain from our loving association and service with and to each other, always and forever, whether in this world or the next. Haribol, Jai Srila Gurudev. Krishna Kripa Das, Houston, Texas, USA. Offering from Kunti Devi Dasi and family. Dear Srila Gurudev, Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and you. For the past few months, we have been listening to accounts from several of your godbrothers regarding their experiences with the Radha Damodar traveling Sankirtan party. The accounts are spellbinding recollections of intense austerity, blissful and cathartic interactions with His Holiness Vishnu Jan Maharaj, massive book distribution efforts, heartrending and amazing logistics challenges, remarkable humor, and most of all, the forging of deep-seated camaraderie at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. What is remarkable is your clear transparency in all these events. Gurudev, your role as a humble and at times even a humbly demanding facilitator shines. Your intense love for Srila Prabhupada glows bright in the jewel-like hearts of these great Vaishnavas. The ongoing gratitude expressed by many increases our love and attachment for you more and more. Begging to remain your grateful servant's servant, Kunti Devi Dasi and family, Dallas, Texas, USA.
Madhu Mangala Das. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. Another year has passed. I look back and know how much room there is for improvement. My shortcomings still linger, but my attachment to your instructions remains strong. I pray that I will take up the opportunities to serve this mission of Lord Chaitanya with strength and conviction. Your disciples are my saving grace, and pleasing them surely will be pleasing to you. Vaishnava Seva is indeed a powerful thing, so please allow this insignificant soul to remain closely connected to your disciples and their conviction. Your lowly servant, Madhu Mangala Das, Auckland, New Zealand.
Manjula Devi Dasi and family. My dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances unto the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Sri Sri Gaur Nitai, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories unto your holiness. During your last visit to the Philippines, I remembered watching how you made it a part of your day to go around the temple room to meet and approach each devotee you would see to check on how each individual and their families were. It lit the whole room up with blissful smiles from all the devotees' faces. On that same visit, during the kirtans as you danced, I noticed how you turned towards the back and sweetly ran your gaze through every devotee behind you before dancing back towards the deities, and I remember looking forward to it, hoping to catch your merciful smile. Such is the sweet memory of your sweet exchanges, and your sweet smiles that shall forever be etched in our hearts. Looking back, what you did is more meaningful for me now than just a smile. It was as if, as our spiritual father, you were looking at us, your spiritual family, to check that everyone is able to follow your footsteps, guidance, as you danced and led us towards the lotus feet of Sri Sri Dayal Nitai and Gora Hari. And the glass was to ensure that we stay on the path even when you have departed from our physical association. But, as it is said, a Vaishnava never dies and lives on forever through his instructions, and that has proven so real in my journey as a disciple. I am so grateful for your presence in the form of transcendental sound through your recorded kirtans and lectures that have been so carefully preserved and made available by loving devotees who are sharing it freely with everyone. It is the most valuable treasure I will ever have in this lifetime. Your instructions are ever fresh, penetrate the heart, and speak directly to the soul. It is such a solace feeling so lovingly connected to you in this way. Thank you for your blessings and for the grace you have bestowed upon me and my family by allowing us to take shelter of you as our Gurudev. We are forever indebted to you for all your kindness and mercy. All glories, all glories, all glories unto you on this most auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja. His Holiness Sri Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. Your humble servant Manjula Devi Dasi and family, Cebu City, Philippines.
Nanda Vraj Das and Chitra Radhika Devi Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept our humble obeisances at the dust of your divine lotus feet. We really like to thank you for giving us the shelter of your lotus feet. We are quite unfit to glorify you, but kindly accept our meager attempts to do so. The year 2021 to 2022 has been a really challenging one, with many lockdowns which restricted travels and Vapu associations. We managed to have outreach programs through internet, WhatsApp groups, and Zoom. We had wonderful classes on many devotional topics by many local and international devotees. Even Vyasa Puja was celebrated via Zoom. Whenever restriction eased, we had Harinam and Prasadam distribution. Srila Gurudev, please keep us enthused in our devotional service and our outreach programs. For us, you have set a visible, viable, and practical example of how to please and serve one's Guru Maharaj. On this Vyasa Puja day, we bow down to you again and again and pray for the shelter of your lotus feet eternally, praying that you may always keep us in the shelter of your lotus feet, your servants of your servants, Nanda Vraj Das and Chitra Radhika Devi Dasi, Auckland, New Zealand.
Nandeshwar Das. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my respectful obeisances unto your lotus feet for having given me and my wife, late Navagori Devi Dasi, shelter at your lotus feet. Your association made us aware of Krishna's presence all the more in our lives. You kindly gave us initiation on August 7, 1992, at Krishna Kaliya Temple in Lautoka, Fiji. Your association started a new chapter in our lives, the beginning of a Krishna-conscious era. Later, when we migrated to New Zealand, you ensured that we settled near Hare Krishna temples to ensure that our association with devotees continued. This measure and our involvement with the Hare Krishna school gave us opportunity to frequently associate with you. You are a perfect example for the devotees to mold their lives around Krishna consciousness. I always think of your glories, which always inspire me in my sadhana. Thank you for your kind association. Your humble servant, Nandeshwar Das, Sydney, Australia.
Narayan Rishi Das. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. Today I am bowing at your lotus feet again and again and thanking you for the eternal shelter you have given me in this misguided world. Gurudev, I last saw you in Vapu while I was in Melbourne, and I regret that I did not say a proper goodbye, thinking that I will be seeing you again, but you never returned. After your departure, I had to taste the bitterness of separation, but I always feel that you are watching over and protecting me. Srila Prabhupada called you early from this material world because he didn't want you to suffer any longer. I left the temple because the material temptation became too much. I decided to go back to university and get a degree to materially establish my place in this world. However, things were not as easy as I thought, and there was a lot of struggle along the way. But back in my mind, I knew that one day I will be back in the association of devotees. Bhaja Govinda Prabhu did not give up on me, and finally I gave in. Currently, I'm living in a small coastal town where I have no physical association of devotees, but I am relishing your transcendental nectar through TKG Sangha. My god siblings have welcomed me with open arms, and I can't thank them enough. You warned us that this place is full of danger, but I was foolish not to listen to you. I shouldn't be alive, but you have been protecting me all along and never gave up. I hope and pray that one day I'll have no desire other than your service. Your fallen servant, Narayan Rishi Das, Australia.
Offering from Narottam Das and Kunkumangi Devi Dasi. Jai Srila Gurudev, please accept our most humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet on this most auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja celebration. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. It is such an uplifting experience to take shelter of you, the deep personal example of love for Srila Prabhupada and all of us that you so freely shared with us is not only a source of joy, but a shining example of spiritual life. It is always so satisfying to hear the truth from you and your glorification of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shri Radha Krishna, and Srila Prabhupada. You make spiritual life relishable and meaningful. You brought us beyond our personal faith and discipline and showed us by your example of spreading the Sankirtan movement, as well as engaging us how to naturally invoke their Lordship's mercy. You also taught us how to live as a spiritual family, enjoying festivals, having kirtan, and honoring prasadam, using every opportunity as an excuse to bring us together. You brought the spiritual world and Krishna down from Goloka Vrindavan. Always begging for your causeless mercy, your servants Narottam Das and Kunkumangi Devi Dasi, Dallas, Texas, USA. Offering from Nitai Gaurasundara Das. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to your divine master, Srila Prabhupada. 20 years now that you have left us. You were so young to go, but why should I lament on this, as you were so young always, in everything you did for Prabhupada. You literally sacrificed your youth for Srila Prabhupada's highest pleasure, always ready to walk on fire for him. One huge accomplishment of yours, amongst many, was to take sannyas so young and to have always kept your vows. As we know, and for good reasons, taking sannyas is forbidden by the Vedic scriptures in Kali Yuga, but you begged your guru for it, and he had no other option than to accept and fulfill your strong desire, as your devotional fire was burning to ashes any desire of comfortable married life you could ever dream of. You were too young to go. You were too young to be a sannyasi. You were too young to be a leader. You were too young to be a GBC for India. You were too young to be a palliative care nurse of a dying person. You were too young to be a guru. But all these events took place because of the unique desire of yours to facilitate Prabhupada's mission on earth. Srila Prabhupada had the special blessing from his Guru Parampara to be surrounded by amazing personalities such as yourself, directly sent by the Lord to assist him on his great mission. And you, Gurudev, had the particular blessing to never become old, never meet with the numerous pains of old age, never meet with the unavoidable deterioration of all bodily functions. Now that both of you are reunited in the prime of youth, you are surely experiencing unlimited ways to please the divine couple, Shri Shri Radhe Shyam, and their unending pastimes full of bliss and eternal joy. May we beg you, O Lord and Master, to bless us with the mental strength to never become old even in our aging bodies. Your spiritual son, Nitai Gaurasundara Das, Paris, France. Offering from Nityananda Das. Mukum karoti vachalam, pangum langayate garim, yat kripatamaham vande, Sri Gurum Dinataranam. By the mercy of the Guru, even a dumb man can become the greatest orator, and even a lame man can cross mountains. Our eternally dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet on this, the 76th anniversary of your holy appearance for the upliftment of us fallen jivas in this universe. All glories to our most beloved Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. I beg you to accept this humble and albeit insignificant offering of eternal acknowledgement, gratitude, and indebtedness for the endless mercy, blessings, benedictions, awards, rewards, and countless other benefits and values you so liberally showered upon this most undeserving jiva, and by extension to so many in its association. Our relationship continues to be totally nurtured by the fathomless love you have for the Acharyas and Krishna, Guru, and Gauranga, which you are so proficiently conferring upon us all. Owing to the limits placed on these offerings, but mainly due to our many failings, shortcomings, and vices, we are offering just a spark of your splendidly venerable and affectionate spiritual enlightenment and association. In this first year after Srila Prabhupada's 125th and your 75th holy appearances, your specific instructions with reference to revolutionizing education, resourcement, and leadership have been most engaging and enlivening. Without your manifest presence, life is au contraire, so engaging and impaired. With the life and its energizing miracles infused by your instructions, example, revelations, empowerment, and inspiration, amazing insights and strategies have emerged for what are otherwise formidable and intimidating goals. Thank you so very much for these and so very much more, Srila Gurudev. We eagerly look forward to always being with you and doing everything we can to avail the same exemplary opportunities to one and all willing jivas, your loving son and your servant's humble servant, Nityananda Das Adhikari, Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji Dham, Dallas, Texas, USA. Offering from Nityananda Ram Das. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to the dust of your lotus feet. First of all, I beg to wish you a very happy 76th Vyasa Puja. On this day, I would like to share a small incident which describes how sensitive you are toward devotees. It was during your final visit to Sridham Mayapur in 2002. Every morning you used to have class on Nectar of Instruction at your quarters in Conch Building. There were 27 Chinese devotees from Taiwan who had come to Mayapur for the first time. On the second day, just before starting the morning class, you noticed that some of the devotees' faces looked red. You could understand the reason and said, "You devotees are here in Mayapur for the first time. You're not accustomed to such type of climate, so you need to protect your faces from direct sunlight. When you go out in the sun, you must wear a hat. And also you can use sunscreen lotion. Drink water in sufficient quantity." I was amazed to see how sensitive you were towards the devotees' overall well-being. You were not only concerned for their spiritual well-being, but also equally concerned for their physical comforts. You, being such a big personality in ISKCON, was caring for new devotees who were not even initiated. This was really amazing. Dear Srila Gurudev, please bless me that I can also become soft-hearted and serve and care for every devotee without discrimination. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, for always teaching us by your actions. Your fallen servant, Nityananda Ram Das, New Delhi, India. Offering from Oli Krishna Dasi. Dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. Dear Most Father, I have always felt you closer ever since you physically left this planet. I have felt your presence, your care, your affectionate hand patting me every now and then, and you always being there whenever I have needed you. This bittersweet experience of separation and meeting in dreams, feeling you and your causeless mercy in millions of ways, is what keeps me going in spiritual life. You've always loved me so much and chastised me so I can become better. I am grateful that your divine grace has connected me to this divine parampara. I am so in love with Shri Shri Radha Madhava, Grandpa Srila Prabhupada, and your lotus feet. I am grateful that you've taught me how to genuinely love Krishna and Srila Prabhupada. Desiring your pleasure always, praying I can make you proud and a good daughter by carrying on the legacy to fulfill all your desires for pleasing Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace. Happy Vyasa Puja. May the whole world understand and know your glories, dedication, love, and the sacrifices you have made and are making in the loving service to your Lord and Master, Srila Prabhupada. Begging to stay at your lotus feet always. Oli Krishna Dasi, Mayapur, India. Offering from Pandava Vijay Das. Dear Srila Gurudev, thanks. Pandava Vijay Das, Dallas, Texas, USA. Offering from Radha Vinod Das. Dear devotees, while reading Volume 5, Appendix 29 of the Nava Raja Mahima by His Holiness Shivaram Swami, I was moved by the descriptions of the samadhi of a pure devotee. Immediately I thought of Srila Gurudev's samadhi and how these statements apply to it. Here I write just a few of those statements for everyone to contemplate. A deceased Vaishnava will continue to reside in his samadhi in the form in which he practiced devotional service in this world, even while he serves in the Lord's pastimes in his eternal perfected form in the spiritual world. Connecting to such great souls is for us but a matter of faith and purity, and of course the mercy of those great souls. Since devotees who have practiced and perfected full absorption in Krishna consciousness in this life will, at the time of death, certainly be in samadhi, the natural and eternal state of the soul. And since this state of samadhi is eternal, the tomb of a Vaishnava marks a place of intense spiritual potency and a juncture between the material and the spiritual world. The word samadhi is also defined as completion or joining, which for our purposes means that the place where a Vaishnava attains samadhi is not only the place where he forever solidified his connection with Krishna, but also where he has provided us with an opportunity to be joined with him and with the spiritual realm. For this reason, the tomb of a devotee who has attained samadhi is also referred to with the word samadhi. Naturally, one may wonder, if a Vaishnava has been transferred to the spiritual world, how does his spiritual potency remain at the samadhi? Krishna personally answers this question in Bhagavad Gita 4:24. A person who is fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness is sure to attain the spiritual kingdom because of his full contribution to spiritual activities, in which the consummation is absolute and that which is offered is of the same nature. The sublime process of devotional service fully spiritualizes the body of such a devotee, and his physical remains continue to transmit that purity from the location of his samadhi. From Srimad Bhagavatam 6:8, we can read how the airplane of the Gandharva Chittarath was forcibly brought down by the power that remained in the bones of the sage Kaushika. Maharaj continues making the remark that we should not conclude that the spiritual potency is confined to the devotee's remains. He cites the famous word tadiya, as quoted in Srimad Bhagavatam by Lord Shiva to Durga, which refer to anything that belongs to or is connected with devotees. Surely everything belonging to a Vaishnava also belongs to Vishnu. Therefore, a devotee's pure spiritual potency may also be transferred to his ashes, flowers offered to him, indeed, any artifact that was connected with him, such as his clothing, shoes, or any other personal belongings. On a lecture on 4th of March, 1976, Srila Prabhupada comments that the body of a person who has cultivated spiritual knowledge in large quantities, his body is not material anymore. It has become spiritual. And he continues to cite plenty of evidences on how, by the will of the Lord, the devotee is present in his samadhi. He states, even after great Vaishnavas have returned to the spiritual world, they continue to reside within their samadhis and their spiritual forms that resemble those in which they walk this earth, commonly referred to as sadhaka forms. Maharaj adds, devotees in the Dham may meditate that they are living in the company of this great soul. If they remain keenly aware of that unparalleled opportunity, then not only will their Krishna consciousness be greatly enhanced, but by some good fortune, they may also be able to see those Vaishnavas, either in dreams, in person, or in some other tangible way. Maharaj ends this appendix by saying that there is no limit to the extent to which a perfected devotee can manifest themselves to the faithful through the medium of their samadhis. Srila Gurudev's samadhi shines in this dark age, giving hope, direction, and peace to everyone. Just by remembering it, fear disappears and confidence soothes our disturbed heart. How much more is there for those great souls who offer daily worship to his samadhi with love and devotion? What else can I say but just fall at the lotus feet of all those great souls who constantly meditate and serve the mission of Srila Gurudev? Your humble servant, Radha Vinod Das, Dallas, Texas, USA. Offering from Radhakanta Devi Dasi. Dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances at your lotus feet on this most auspicious day of your appearance. I am full of emotions, and I await to meet your blissful presence. Being only a contaminated soul, you have taken me in as your very own. You are always engaging me, O Srila Gurudev, to escape this material contamination. And although I fall, you continue to guard me with full faith and determination. You have bestowed your causeless mercy upon me through your lectures, your books, and your disciples to seek. You are so exemplary, so merciful, always teaching me to get in the pure service mood. But I, so fallen, am always hankering on the materialistic attitude. You've always tried to revive my lost loving service to the Supreme. Hopefully, I will awaken from this distant material dream. You're eternally giving us pure knowledge and teaching me to escape this material bondage. O Srila Gurudev, I beg forgiveness for this opportunity and knowledge I have abused, and for all other offenses I pray to you to please be excused. On this day you had appeared, so everything would have been so auspicious, and now to remain devoted at your lotus feet. In your absence I pray to be highly ambitious. For guardian angel and well-wisher as you, I could never afford. Indeed, I am indebted to you. Repaying you I cannot do, but please, my great Guru, engage me. I am begging you. Truly, I am insignificant, and my words are so blunt. So fallen I may be, from you I beg mercy. O Lord and Master, please give me the power to properly honor all living beings. Only then will I sing the holy name in great ecstasy, and all my offenses cease. O Gurudev, upon examining my value, I find that I have none, for your mercy is essential to me. Therefore, if you are not merciful, I will constantly weep, and I will not maintain my life. Srila Gurudev, on this auspicious day, we will sing of your glories with all our might, with kirtans lasting all day and night. Praying to be eternally with you, I remain, your daughter, Radhakanta Devi Dasi, Christchurch, New Zealand.
Radhe Shyam Devi Dasi. All glories to His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. All glories to His Divine Grace Srila Gurudev. My most dear loving Father, Srila Gurudev, on this most auspicious and glorious day of your Divine Vyasa Puja, I would like to offer my most humble and respectful obeisances unto the dust of your lotus feet. Srila Gurudev, I feel very lowly and insignificant to glorify your divine qualities. Whenever it comes to the most awaited moment to glorify your divine grace, a moment when I can say a few words in your appreciation and glorification, I am always left without any suitable words. Because I feel there are no right words or statements that I can really find to glorify your divine grace, Srila Gurudev, I always go blank. Srila Gurudev, today I would like to start my glorification and appreciation with the word Father. Yes, Srila Gurudev, you are not my father in name only, but you are my actual father. Whenever you called me daughter, that was such a heart-touching moment for me. I remember in your last yatra in Fiji, when we went to Saveni Beach, I think it was Vishwanath Prabhuji who came and informed me that Srila Gurudev wants to see you. I was so excited as well as nervous to go before you, Srila Gurudev. Gradually, I was sitting right in front of you, Srila Gurudev, with Vishaka and Taralika. We offered our obeisances to Srila Gurudev, and we all three sat near Srila Gurudev's lotus feet. We had some wonderful moments with Srila Gurudev, but as it was time to leave, what Srila Gurudev said was heart-touching and overwhelming to all of us. Before telling what Srila Gurudev had said, I would like to talk about my dream. I had a very wonderful dream before Srila Gurudev's last visit. I can still remember that moment, and it is still fresh in my mind, and I can feel that vibration. I had a dream that Srila Gurudev was in Fiji at Sri Krishna Kaliya Temple in Lautoka. He was sitting on his Vyasasana and he called me. I went to Srila Gurudev and offered my obeisances and sat near his lotus feet. That was one of the most memorable moments for me. Sitting so close to Srila Gurudev's lotus feet, Srila Gurudev was so much concerned about me. His words of concern were so much humbling me from inside. I felt very, very happy and secure to be with Srila Gurudev. After some time, Srila Gurudev said, "Okay, I want to give you a boon. What do you want from me? You can now ask whatever your heart desires." I said, "Srila Gurudev, I don't want anything. I just want to be purely Krishna conscious. I may never forget you and Krishna." Srila Gurudev smiled and placed his lotus hand on my head and said, Tatsu. Tatastu. As soon as Srila Gurudev touched my head with his lotus hand, I was overwhelmed with so much love. I started crying and my dream broke. Coming back to where I left, where we 3 girls had a meeting with Srila Gurudev, my dream was going to come true. Srila Gurudev said to all of us, I want to give you all some boon. You can ask me whatever you want. We said, Srila Gurudev, we don't want anything. We just want to eternally remain in Krishna consciousness and never forget you and Krishna. Srila Gurudev touched our heads and with his lotus hand said, Tatatsu. Tatastu, may it be so. Srila Gurudev said, now you can touch my feet. I was shocked as well as overwhelmed to hear the exact same words from Srila Gurudev's lotus mouth. As I mentioned, I was in the middle, and Vishaka and Taralika took hold of one of each of Srila Gurudev's lotus feet, and I just bowed down to Srila Gurudev. After a little while, to my surprise, Srila Gurudev lifted my head with his lotus hand and slowly slipped his lotus feet under my head. I quickly grabbed Srila Gurudev's lotus feet with both hands and cried and cried. I can't express that feeling, those emotions, how I feel personally. Honestly, I don't have words to describe. A complete transformation, Srila Gurudev. Anyone who has gone through this phase in life, only they can understand what I'm trying to say. It reminds me of Lord Vishnu touching his conch shell to the forehead of Dhruva Maharaj. If anyone wants to know that emotion, please read Srimad Bhagavatam, the story of Dhruva Maharaj, where Lord Sri Vishnu touched his conch shell to Dhruva Maharaj's forehead. Tears rolling down our cheeks, we were all practically sobbing and crying. Srila Gurudev saw us in that condition, and Srila Gurudev also got emotional. I was still holding Srila Gurudev's lotus feet. Srila Gurudev lifted our head and he asked us to stop crying, but tears wouldn't stop. All the devotees were already in the bus, waiting for us and looking at us. Srila Gurudev was so loving. He touched our heads and said, please get up and stop crying. What will everyone think? What kind of father I am that makes his daughters cry? And we started crying more. Eventually, we had to leave with a heavy heart. We cried all the way to the temple. Everyone was asking what happened, what Srila Gurudev had said, but it was difficult for us to say anything. Srila Gurudev, you calling us daughters was a big thing for us. Srila Gurudev, your love and care we had seen before, but that moment is still alive within my soul and consciousness. I can never forget you and those emotions, Srila Gurudev. I believe that was the first and last dream that came true in my whole life. Before Srila Gurudev visited Fiji, I wrote a letter to Srila Gurudev about us going through some difficulties. Srila Gurudev gave me a long reply, but one thing that touched my heart was what Srila Gurudev said. I can't tell you how a father feels to learn what his daughters are going through. When Srila Gurudev came to Fiji, he made sure to see us all personally. Who can be more loving and caring than you, Srila Gurudev? I am so sorry that I never took an opportunity to say thank you for what you have done for me personally. Opportunities come, but if we don't take them, we are the biggest losers. And I must admit that I am the biggest loser, and I regret it till this day. Before leaving Fiji, Srila Gurudev instructed Vishwanath Prabhuji and Jairam Prabhuji to send us to an overseas temple. Soon, we were sent to Christ Church Temple as pujaris in November 2001. I regret that I delayed in writing to Srila Gurudev and thanking him. At that time, I was not introduced to emails. I took time to open an email account, and before I could write to Srila Gurudev, he left us in 2002. the most devastating moment of my life. I can't remember if I felt the same when my own father left this world. I always wanted to say thank you and say sorry to you, Srila Gurudev, but could not. But I know, Srila Gurudev, that you are watching me and hearing me from Goloka Dham and will accept my offering and what I have to say and forgive me. Today, I would like to take this opportunity to say, thank you so much, Srila Gurudev, for accepting this fool as your disciple, though I am not qualified at all. Thank you for tolerating all my nonsense that I do till this day. I know I am your most foolish disciple, most wretched person, most fallen of all. Whatever worse labels are there in this world can be used for me, Srila Gurudev. But you are so merciful that you came to uplift me from this miserable condition of life. Srila Gurudev, if I am surviving in Krishna consciousness today, somehow or another, then that is only your causeless mercy. I have no qualification or capability, no, nothing, but it's only your causeless mercy that I am still alive in Krishna consciousness. Please, Srila Gurudev, knowing me to be fallen, please don't neglect me. If you neglect me, then there is no other hope for me to be in this material world. I know you will never ever do that, but I am too afraid that maybe just because of my conditioning, Lord Sri Rad and Krishna may say, no, this person is not worthy to be under your shelter. Kick her out. But please, 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 Srila Gurudev, I beg you, please don't leave my hand. I also know that I don't have any love for you. However, I was listening to your lecture where someone asked you, Srila Gurudev, I don't have any love for you. How to develop that love for you and serve you? I liked that answer, and so I got some hope. You said, what is this? You were sitting here and listening to my lecture. If that is not love, then what is this? And that if that is not love, then you would have been somewhere else. However, the essence is that if we are serving Srila Gurudev for even a fraction of a moment, then that means that there is some love. We just have to revive it. Now, Srila Gurudev, I feel that I am just trying to cover myself. But I just want to say, Srila Gurudev, I love you and miss you at every moment of my life. Actually, I don't, but I want to love you and miss you and feel your presence in every moment of my life, but my conditioning is not allowing me to feel your presence. Please, Srila Gurudev, help me, guide me, and bless me so that I can develop that attachment at your lotus feet and allow me to always follow all of your instructions sincerely and carefully with my whole heart. Please, Srila Gurudev, forgive me for all my nonsense, and I beg you to please always keep me under your divine shelter, hoping one day I can be with you, Srila Gurudev, sitting right at your lotus feet and taking your blessings. I know this is hope against hope, but I am surviving with this hope to be with you one day. Once again, thank you very much, Srila Gurudev, your insignificant daughter, Radhesham Devi Dasi, Auckland, New Zealand.
This offering is by Ramanuj Das. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your divine appearance. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Many years have passed since you went back to Srila Prabhupada. Life has been difficult for me without your physical presence. Though your instructions are what I am hanging on to so far, your God brothers and God sisters are guiding us, and I also need the kavacha-like protection of my God brothers and God sisters who surround and protect my Bhakti Lata Beach. Without their mercy, my spiritual life would be very challenging. Srila Gurudev, you are an ocean of mercy and friend of the fallen. Since I am the most fallen of your disciples, I claim your mercy first. So, please be merciful to this rascal so that I can make some steady progress in bhakti. I have disobeyed you and your instructions many times. However, I know that you would always look at me as your disabled child and still take good care of me. I sincerely thank you for that, dear Srila Gurudev. I beg for forgiveness at your lotus feet for all my offenses, hoping to be of some service one day. Your fallen servant, Ramanuj Das, Brisbane, Australia.
Offering from Ranti Dev Das. Dearest Srila Gurudev, on this auspicious day of your 76th Vyasa Puja, please accept my Dandavat pranams at your lotus feet. A speck of dust from a pure devotee is enough to free one from the cycle of birth and death. By accepting a guru in the line of Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement, one gets the mercy of the parampara by which one may be able to connect their broken relationship with Lord Krishna by chanting of his holy name, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, and by engaging in devotional service. Srila Gurudev, you have expertly shown all your disciples by your Guru Nishta to your Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada, how to serve and obey the instructions of one spiritual master by having unflinching faith in him. Pleasing the Guru is pleasing Krishna. I am so fortunate that I have been able to please you by being away from your association for a very long time, and then you leaving us all very suddenly has left me in a very devastated situation. Now, my only hope of being near you is by associating with my godbrothers and godsisters, listening to your pastimes, and engaging in whatever way to fulfill your desires. Please be merciful on this insignificant servant of yours, and forgive my offenses that I may have done at your lotus feet. Your servant of the servant, Ranti Dev Das, Auckland, New Zealand. Offering from Rasa Manjari Devi Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. The celebration of Sri Vyasa Puja is an important and joyous occasion, a time to rededicate oneself to serving the mission of Guru. As time goes on, I find myself in different material circumstances than when we first met, hence the necessity on my part to renegotiate my service to you. Not an easy task. I pray to you to guide me from within to help me to discern how to best please you. Somehow or other, I find myself drawn to your academic work. I remember vividly how proud I felt during the presentation of two of your books. One, the result of your undergraduate studies, the other, an important document and personal testimony as Srila Prabhupada's personal servant. The presentation was in Houston. Both a Hare Krishna at SMU as well as TKG's diary premiered at Garunga Hall, much to the loud and public dismay of some of your godbrothers present. Back in those days, ISKCON was still a far cry away from devotees entering academia as scholars, practitioners, but fortunately times are changing. I've been reading and rereading your near-complete thesis to draw out some inspiration. What drove you to take up this service? What is the goal you want to achieve? I feel very close to you while reading A Living Theology of Krishna Bhakti. I feel that I would like to make a small contribution in this field, perhaps as a representative of our Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition of Krishna Bhakti. By your mercy, I'm gradually induced into the interfaith arena in the Netherlands. Please bless me with enthusiasm and insights to go forward on this path. With love, your daughter, Rasa Manjari Devi Dasi, Maastricht, the Netherlands. Rasa Nandini Dasi's offering. My dear Srila Gurudev, by Krishna's mercy, there was a time, especially in the 1990s and 2000s, when I enjoyed the luxury of day after day repeatedly hearing your classes. In this way, like sugar cane juice, Gana ka ras, voila, I was fortunate enough to extract their juice, to meditate deeply on your instructions, and to discover their origins in Srila Prabhupada's instructions and example. My conclusion was that I could listen to you for the rest of my life and beyond, and continue to learn. In this way, living in a country town 3 hours from the nearest temple, I was able to nurture my relationship with you. Today, I've been serving full-time at the Melbourne Temple for 14 years. I am part of the management team and almost 70. As has always been their mood, Radha Vallabha send us more service than we can cope with. Hearing your classes brings me both joy and grief. Joy because I'm able to realize the purport of your words more deeply. Grief because I am unable to express my gratitude to you, Srila Gurudev. Each morning I hear your dear godbrother, Keshava Bharati Goswami, recite Srila Prabhupada's books and discuss them with his online audience. Because Maharaj oversaw the refurbishment of your Bhaktivedanta ashram at Govardhan, and I remember him being there in 2002, he always reminds me of you and keeps me close to you, Srila Gurudev. In Srimad Bhagavatam 10:2-31, we read how the demigods pray to Krishna in the womb. When acharyas completely take shelter under your lotus feet, in order to cross the fierce ocean of nescience, they leave behind on earth the method by which they cross. In Krishna Book 2, Srila Prabhupada expands his meaning. He writes, the devotees still remaining on this side are able to pass over the ocean of material nature because the pure devotees do not take the boat with them when they cross over. When one simply approaches the boat, the whole ocean of material nescience is reduced to the size of the water in a calf's hoofprint. Therefore, the devotees do not need to take the boat to the other side. They simply cross the ocean immediately, because the great saintly persons are compassionate toward all conditioned souls. The boat is still lying on this side. In other words, one can meditate upon the lotus feet of the Lord at any time, and by so doing one can cross over the great ocean of material existence. Srila Gurudev, you have kindly left behind the transcendental boat that you used. Your godbrothers and sisters are God family, and their remembrances of you, your samadhis, your books, and your recordings. Please bless me to remain in this boat. Your spiritual daughter, Rasa Nandini Dasi, Melbourne, Australia. Offering from Rati Manjari Devi Dasi. My beloved Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to you on your divine appearance today. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, your eternal spiritual master. Srila Gurudev, a few weeks ago, your disciple Bhaja Govinda Das wrote me and told me he had a dynamic plan. We then spoke on the phone for a few hours, and he told me that in the weeks leading to your Vyasa Puja on the 17th and 18th of June, he wanted to start a Gurudev Smaranam festival to inspire all your disciples and followers to share our memories and realizations of you in the TKG Sangha WhatsApp group. My godbrother proceeded to inform me of his daily sadhana, puja, and preaching activities, and how he was listening to your classes for at least 2 hours every day. He said that Nanda Kishore Prabhu had told him, By hearing Srila Prabhupada's classes, we learn the Vaishnava Siddhanta. And by hearing Srila Gurudev's classes, we learn how to apply the philosophy in your daily life and in the institution of ISKCON. Bhaja Govinda Prabhu told me that he had begun listening to your classes one by one, starting from the beginning in 1974, and that he was listening to each class at least 3 times. He also said that he once asked you, how can we develop more faith in our spiritual master? And that you responded, by hearing a class of your guru every day, your faith will increase. Bhaja Govinda also said that one of the results of regularly hearing you is that we won't miss you at all, and we will feel ourselves to be connected with you all of the time. All he said sounded so attractive and enlivening to me, and it made so much sense that it inspired me to also start hearing your classes more often. Thank you, my dear godbrother, and thank you, Srila Gurudev, for sending good counsel and association to me again and again. I need it so much. I have started hearing your classes randomly, and I noticed that some did not have titles, so I have taken up the service of sending suggested titles to my dear godbrother, Krishna Kirtan Prabhu, who is faithfully overseeing your tape ministry since many years, and he is kindly accepting them. It feels really good to once again be hearing your lectures in search of a proper title, as I used to do for about 10 years when I took care of your tape ministry. Alongside that, to churn my own memory of the fortunate times I spent with you, I started listening to the spoken tapes I personally recorded for my dear god sister, Indra Nilamani Devi Dasi, while traveling with you in 1991 and in the years afterwards. Hearing about your dealings with my then husband Nanda Kumar Das and myself and the various instructions you gave us and those around us was very enlivening. It melted away the mental threshold I so often construct between you and me due to my conditioning, and it proved to me, in my own words, that you cared about and for us tremendously on so many occasions, and you never stopped caring. In the months we spent traveling with you in Texas, Fiji, the Philippines, China, New Zealand, and Hong Kong, sometimes we were very close to you physically, and your care often took the form of chastisements or admonition, but it was always filled with fatherly concern and often with humor as well. Like when my health was frail, you got involved in what you wanted me to eat and when and what not. You said, someone who has trouble with digesting but goes on eating cream and nuts must herself be nuts. Whatever you did or said, your focus was always, always on the preaching mission of Srila Prabhupada. Later on, after we had left the China mission because you had agreed to our return to Amsterdam to head up the preaching center there, as the local authorities had requested, you came to visit us in 1993. You then found out that due to his engagement in management and all types of extra services which were asked from him by the authorities, my husband wasn't able to find the time to go out on Sankirtan. This news did not please you at all. You then challenged Nanda Kumar Prabhu, saying that he should tell the GBC something to the effect that, tell them, my spiritual master told me to preach and go out on book distribution. If you want me to do management instead, you need to find someone else to head up the center. Then we will move to Radhadesh and live in the countryside, and I can do management from there. Or I, Gurudev, will order you to go back to Taiwan. I do not know what he told the GBC exactly, but after that, my husband was able to focus more on the preaching itself, and the Amsterdam Center started to blossom once again by your prayers, spiritual force, and good guidance. Oh, Srila Gurudev, you have blessed this soul with a transcendental tsunami of mercy and good instructions, many of which I had completely forgotten or neglected. Please forgive me. I still have so far to go. Please inspire me to go on hearing from you, meditate upon your instructions, understand them in the right manner, and act upon them. Please enable me with the spiritual strength I need to follow in your footsteps and become a worthy member of the disciplic succession. I am sure that when I will be able to take your guidance fully to heart, my spiritual life will blossom, and I will be able to become an effective instrument in your hands and in the preaching mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Thank you for your patience and unlimited kindness upon me, and for considering my requests. I am your spiritual daughter, and I love you. Your humble servant in the making, Rati Manjari Devi Dasi, Amsterdam, the Netherlands.
This offering is by Sachi Dulal Das. My dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at your feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Srila Gurudev. As I write this, a lizard is locomoting on the wall next to me. It is indeed unfortunate for the spirit soul to be trapped inside the body of such a lowly creature. This poor living entity has no idea who he is and what he could be doing, instead of chasing tiny bugs all day long. Being part and parcel of Krishna, the living entity is meant to be in full freedom and in full glory in Krishna's kingdom, not to be leading a miserable life. Srila Gurudev, you are the worthy representative of Lord Nityananda. Lord Nityananda's unlimited mercy is flowing through you. Please save me. I am entrapped in this body and I am suffering. It may not be a lizard's body, but the principle is same. I am in bondage. I am in the darkness of ignorance and far removed from my true enlightenment and freedom. I am repeatedly begging for your mercy. Please help me overcome the influence of the three modes of nature. Without your compassion, I am helpless. Srila Gurudev, you perfectly assisted Srila Prabhupada and made foundational contributions to Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement. Eve Jasa Gusup Tribhubana. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. Your humble servant, Sachi Dulal, Bangalore, India.
Sachi Nandana Das and family. My dearest Srila Gurudev, Hare Krishna Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. On 18th of June, it will be 76 years of your presence on this planet. And I say this because although you're not physically present, your presence is felt amongst all of us, including the devotees who have not physically met you. We celebrate your appearance days with your well-wishers, your god-brothers, and others who are fortunate enough to join this auspicious gathering. During these memorable days, we meet to share your pastimes and relive those glory days. You are not physically present, but you are here through your books, recorded lectures, videos, and in our thoughts. Dear Srila Gurudev, I would like to repeat some of what I wrote for your disappearance day. Your presence is also felt through your god-brothers, disciples, well-wishers, and in the temples which you have been to, built, and helped to build. Many years ago, you were instrumental in purchasing a 96-acre property in New Zealand, which was transformed into New Varshana, where Sri Radha Giridhari are residing. I recall those morning walks which we did with you at New Varshana It was so blissful. There would be about 20 of us walking with you around the farm, and we would hear birds chirping, the cows mooing, the calves running around in the farm, and now and then you would stop to give answers to our questions. Alas, those days will never come back. On one such morning walk, I asked you a question. Srila Gurudev, was it better to chant one round with total focus or 16 rounds without full attention? That was the biggest mistake I ever made. You looked at me for a good minute, which appeared like 10 minutes, and told me to do both. You knew that I was not chanting properly and showed your disappointment, but very nicely told me to improve my chanting. On another occasion, during an evening program, I asked you, Srila Gurudev, it is said that the spiritual master is more merciful than Lord Krishna himself. And before I could continue, you said, nah, not this one. All laughed in the assembly, and then you asked me to continue. Then, Srila Gurudev, why cannot we have a closer relationship with our spiritual master like we can have with Lord Krishna? You nicely explained that spiritual master is merciful, but the relationship is in awe and reverence. This was great, as this ensures our respect for our spiritual master remains at a very high level and disciplined. The facts are that the lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. I bow to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace, one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. We can learn from this prayer of your mercy as you have taken us under your shelter to take us back home, back to Godhead. Your mercy is available to everyone. How we take it? We take it by pleasing you, and how we please you is by following your instructions. By pleasing the spiritual master, we please Lord Krishna. Although our relationship is our spiritual master is in awe and reverence, but we see you as our spiritual father who disciplines us when the situation calls for and provides love and comfort when we are hurt. The spiritual master is more merciful than Lord Krishna himself. Your unflinching service to your spiritual master, His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada, is known far and wide, and it is all due to you, Srila Gurudev, that I find myself very much respected by other devotees when they come to know that my spiritual master is His Holy Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, Srila Gurudev. My introduction to ISKCON happened many years ago, and with so many unfavorable things happening around me, I can sincerely say that I am only able to remain in Krishna consciousness by your mercy and devotee association. I find myself supported by some many wonderful devotees and my god brothers and sisters who give me so much confidence in ISKCON and Srila Prabhupada. Your instruction was to preach, and I must confess that I'm not a great preacher, Srila Gurudev, but I am involved in preaching programs with devotees and my god brothers and sisters. There are so many difficulties and global issues that we face today, and it is only the shelter of devotees and through your mercy, Srila Gurudev, that we can remain fixed in Krishna consciousness and follow your instructions. Once again, I would like to remind myself of the lessons to learn from the American red oak trees. We may have shallow roots in Krishna consciousness like American red oak trees, but because we are one big family, we are able to overcome calamities just like the American red oak trees, whose roots are shallow, but because they travel far and bind with other red oak trees, they live for hundreds of years, withstanding snow, summer heat, and hurricanes, unlike other trees. Hence, we can learn from this that we all should associate and bind together to stay strong in our devotion. Even though our devotion may be shallow, but by staying together, in constantly discussing topics relating to Guru and Gauranga, we will remain strong. We pray to Lord Krishna that we continue to serve you and increase our devotion to Guru and Gauranga, begging for the shelter of your lotus feet. Your servants, Sachi Nandana Das, Sarvar Darshani Devi Dasi, Kishan, and Varsha, Sydney, Australia.
This offering is by Sachi Sutta Das. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my obeisances at your lotus feet. You are my master and I, your somewhat useless dog. The great qualities of a dog are its loyalty and its incredible enthusiasm to serve its master. For loyalty, I promise to always sit at your feet, never leaving your side. How could I? You are the most wonderful servant of Prabhupada and Krishna, full of all wonderful qualities of devotion, and no one will ever be able to bestow upon me more kindness than you have graciously given to me. As for enthusiasm to serve, well, what can I say? This dog needs some training. The day always starts well, but later I become again my mundane, forgetful self. Being bereft of your personal presence, how can I get the personal training I need from you? How can I live? We continue to play our roles, perform our duties, but internally we're looking everywhere hoping to find you. The heart's desire is to please you, to feel your embrace, and take eternal shelter at your lotus feet. Please continue guiding this lost soul back to you. Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. Woof woof. Sachi Sutta Das, Auckland, New Zealand. This offering is by Sarvabhauma Das. Dear Srila Gurudev, I am unlimitedly grateful that you came into this material world to assist Srila Prabhupada, to uplift fallen souls such as my insignificant self, and for having given us the privilege of devotional service. You have a unique, special relationship with Srila Prabhupada and are serving him eternally. Please forgive my offenses and shameful shortcomings. Your fallen servant, Sarvabhauma Das, Houston, Texas, USA.
Offering from Shama Raman Das. I offer my respectful obeisances unto His Holiness, Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, who is very dear to Lord Krishna, having taken shelter at his lotus feet. I'm feeling so happy to meditate on your charming glories through writing my Vyasa Puja offering this year again. Though your glories are not limited to words, you are the only shelter for fallen souls like me, because you also accept those who have no qualifications. Srila Gurudev, due to my occupation at present, my time schedule is very tight, and maintaining of life with all others sometimes make me highly frustrated. But my relationship with you and your instructions is the only anchor of my spiritual life. When I am too much involved with worldly things in my daily life, I just remember you and I get my real shelter. In that way, your presence in my life becomes an anchor between material and spiritual. Srila Gurudev, I apologize for all my offenses to you again, and as usual, my regular prayer to you is that I can be able to chant 16 rounds of a Harinam Mahamantra, maintain the 4 rules, take Mahaprasad 3 times, and maintain Varnashram Dharma properly. Please, keep me in your unlimited, merciful frontier, my Gurudev. Happy Appearance Day, my father, my shelter, Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Your worthless son, Shama Raman Das, Panihati, Kolkata, India. Offering from Sri Niketan Das. The lotus feet of the spiritual master is the abode of pure devotional service, and staying sheltered at his feet is the best means of spiritual advancement. May I bow down to those lotus feet with great care and attention and follow his instructions with all my heart. O Srila Gurudev, on this auspicious occasion of your holy appearance day, I beg for your mercy, which is the only means of attaining spiritual perfection. I have been meditating on the last instructions you had given me, Ramanuja Prabhu and Vishwanath Prabhu, in a letter, appreciating our tiny preaching efforts. You had said that we must preach vigorously to fight the influence of Maya and for fulfilling Srila Prabhupada's mission. I am guilty of not being able to actively engage in direct preaching activities, but lately your words have been echoing in my mind. Listening to your lectures, I understand that by meditating on your instructions and by praying to the Vaishnavas for mercy, I will one day be able to fulfill your heart's desire. May fulfilling your instructions become my only desire and activity in life. O Master, be merciful unto me, and please keep me under the shade of your lotus feet. Our beloved Srila Gurudev, Ki Jai. Your humble servant, Sriniketan Das, Auckland, New Zealand. Offering from Suprabha Devi Dasi. My dearmost spiritual Father, please accept my obeisances unto the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Srila Gurudev. Once again, time has come to glorify our spiritual master, and once again, I find myself unworthy to do so. I will never be able to thank you enough, Gurudev, for accepting me as your disciple, although I am totally unqualified and fallen. I don't know where I would have been today or what I would have been doing had you not come into my life. I shudder at the thought. Srila Gurudev, as the year goes by, I re-examine myself and determine how much service I have given you and fulfilled my commitments toward you, but I feel ashamed and guilty to say that I have not met with your expectation. Gurudev, whenever I hear you glorified in any conversation, lectures, or in articles by any devotees or your godbrothers, it gives me immense pleasure and I feel so proud. You are the best spiritual master anyone could have asked for. Thank you, Gurudev, for all that you have done for me, and please grant me spiritual strength, rectify my mistakes, free me from ignorance, and let me always remain situated in Krishna consciousness. Please, Gurudev, bestow some mercy upon my family too, so that they all become Krishna conscious. Your most fallen daughter, Suprabha Devi Dasi, Auckland, New Zealand. Offering from Swaha Devi Dasi. Dearest Srila Gurudev, thank you for being there for me as I travel on this path of bhakti, along with many others without whom I would be lost. Thank you for all the lessons on the way. Getting to know you through so many people whose lives you have touched and continue to touch has always been a blessing. You reach out in so many ways, never giving up. As time passes, so many of your dear disciples are rounding up their existence in this mortal world, each one of them an example of what it means to be your disciple. So much is there to learn, so much to grow. Your mercy is unconditional and always accessible, making me fortunate to be surrounded by those who are dedicating their lives for the mission of ISKCON, knowing well that pleasing their spiritual master is the only way to please Krishna. Please continue to shower me with opportunities to always be of some service and to be connected to you life after life. It is amazing to know from others how much you do for Srila Prabhupada, praying to be always in the association of dedicated devotees. Your fortunate disciple, Swaha Devi Dasi, Logan, Queensland, Australia. Offering from Shamasundar Das. My dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet on this most auspicious day of your divine appearance in this mortal world to uplift us. Your association, instructions, and your exemplary life, a life fully dedicated to fulfill the desire of Srila Prabhupada, is the impetus I hold in my heart at every moment. O Gurudev, by administering a drop of your mercy, make this servant of yours infinitely humbler than a blade of grass, giving me the strength to bear all trials and troubles, and able to free me from desires for personal honor. O Lord and Master, inspire me with the power to befittingly honor all living beings. Only then will I sing the holy name of the Lord in great ecstasy, and my offensive activities will cease. When I examine myself for worthiness, I find nothing of value. Therefore, your mercy is the essence of life. Due to attachments to worldly pleasures in childhood and youth, I have developed many bad habits. By your mercy, I am able to learn through you and your instructions. Please help me to control the 6 urges, purify me of the 6 faults, and please instill in your servant the 6 good qualities. Oh, bestow upon me the 6 kinds of holy association. On my own, I find I have no strength to chant the holy name of Lord Hari. Please be merciful by awarding me with a particle of faith and giving me the great treasure of the holy name of Krishna. Every word coming out of your lotus mouth was transcendental. All your actions were very thoughtful and pleasing to Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. You are truly a sincere follower of Sri Rupa and Raghunath Das Goswamis. I feel so bad that I was not able to take your association due to my neophyte condition. Whatever insignificant service I have rendered at your divine lotus feet is simply due to your causeless mercy only. I hold myself responsible for the mistakes I have done in my devotional practice. I am extremely in debt for your love and affection towards me, despite my being totally unqualified. Lately, I have created some interest to work with nature, doing gardening, and I'm realizing so many things through this process. Trying to control the urges of senses by strictly fasting and having a raw vegetarian diet. I'm lucky to have the wonderful association of the devotees. Last year, we were lucky to start Krishna House Project, led by your dear godbrother, His Grace Kalakanta Prabhu, and it is becoming successful and attracting many, many amazing souls. Also, His Holiness Keshav Bharati Maharaj is very kind to give us wonderful and dedicated brahmacharis to enhance the atmosphere by having their presence at temple programs. His Holiness Giriraj Swami, His Holiness Ratatvija Swami, His Holiness Romapad Swami, and His Holiness Guru Prasad Swami are kind to give their kind association continually to devotees and members in our community. Please engage our burning desire to serve your divine lotus feet eternally. Old age is slowly setting in. My only hope is to follow in your footsteps and remain fixed. Your ever grateful servant of the servant of the servant, Shamasundar Das, Houston, Texas, USA. Offering from T. Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you, to Guru Maharaj, to Srila Prabhupada, to Mayapur Dham and the holy name. Every year brings back the memories of the plans I had made 2 decades back, thinking how I would have celebrated your birthday. Sometimes I still plan it in my head, as if nothing has become a day older. I sometimes feel that you are around and watching each of my days unfold. Just the thought of your presence is so rewarding. It works like a balm. It makes sailing through the blades of life a relatively easy process. I hope you are the happiest and healthiest wherever you are. From your most fallen, T. Dasi, India.
Valibi Sham Devi Dasi. My dear Srila Gurudev, I thank you for making me understand the value of Sri Rad. I came from a family who prayed to Krishna with Rukmini Devi without understanding the value of Sri Radha. But you used your torch of knowledge to open my eyes to the deep truth. Quoting from your letter to me, just as the sunshine does not exist without the sun, when the sun cannot be without spreading his sunshine, similarly, there is no Krishna without Radha, and no Radha without Krishna. This is the point where I made the distinction between Vrindavan Chandra and Mathura Krishna and Dwarkadish. This is the point I made a giant leap in understanding Srimati Radharani, the Queen of Vrindavan. I thank you from the depth of my heart for this realization and for coming in my dream recently when I am very sick. Thanks to you, your Guru, your godbrothers, and sincere disciples' prayers, I am recovering slowly. Glories to Sri Tamal Krishna Gurudev, who is always there when his disciple is in need of him. Your servant forever, Valibi Sham Devi Dasi, Melbourne, Australia.
This offering is by Baman Dev Das and Gandharvika Devi Dasi. My dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances at your feet. We remember you every day, Srila Gurudev, in your inspiring classes, in your disciples, in your godbrothers, in our ISKCON temples, in Fiji Pacific Harbor picnics with Balu Bhaja. I think you remember that at Saweni Beach, it was quite windy, and while cooking bhajia, sand was mixing with the bhajia, and you asked me, Baman Dev, why is the bhajia crispy? And I said, it's Balu Bhajia, cooked with a little flying sand. And you started laughing and said, Balu Bhai giving to your guru with a big smile. Srila Gurudev, we have hundreds of lovely memories with you, and each time I remember them, I feel your presence always guiding us, preaching to us, and inspiring us to become humble and good Vaishnavas. We love you and miss you a lot. Your loving disciples, Baman Dev Das and Gandharvika Devi Dasi, Lautoka, Fiji Islands.
Varu Tapa Das and Ratnuleka Devi Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept our most humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to you on your most auspicious Vyasa Puja. Srila Gurudev, one of your many unlimited qualities which stands out for us is your complete renunciation of all attachment to personal power, fame, and glory when serving Srila Prabhupada's mission. There are numerous examples of this. When Srila Prabhupada desired that you go to China to preach, Srila Gurudev, you renounced your other management responsibilities and eventually went. Today, the success of that is quite evident. When there were some differences between you and certain GBC members on strategic matters, you happily stepped aside from GBC duties for the benefit of ISKCON as a whole. When you saw that there were issues with the Fiji Yatra and it would be better served if you removed yourself from the scene, Srila Gurudev, you didn't hesitate but just did that despite it being one of your prime yatras. When during Srila Prabhupada's final pastimes, he requested that you be with him, you left all other management duties and took it as an instruction from your spiritual master. Srila Prabhupada had so much confidence in you that he chose you And Srila Gurudev, we have been fortunate that you revealed this Leela in detail to all in your book, The Final Pastimes of Srila Prabhupada. When Srila Prabhupada requested you to go to purchase the Mayapur land, Srila Gurudev, you went without fearing for your life, considering the journey was quite dangerous for a foreigner due to deceitful parties and large cash involved. Srila Prabhupada had trust and confidence that you would succeed with his blessings. From that humble beginning, today Mayapur Dham is a grand success for ISKCON. Srila Gurudev, your contribution to ISKCON's growth has been tremendous and at times unmatched. Srila Gurudev, your sincerity, purity, and dedication to Srila Prabhupada is beyond us to comprehend. Srila Prabhupada seems to have some other responsibilities for you that we are now bereft of your personal presence. However, recordings of your lectures and books are so instructive in enabling one to properly implement devotional practice in Krishna consciousness. So these are our refuge in association with other disciples and devotees. Vande Guroshri Karanava Vrindam Dandavat Pranam, your insignificant servants, Varutapa Das and Ratnaleka Devi Dasi, Sydney, Australia.
This offering is by Venkatnath Das and Prishnigarva Devi Dasi. My dear Srila Gurudev, please accept our most humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your 76th appearance day. We recall how much love your disciples and their dedication in Krishna consciousness. You gave us very strict instructions in sadhana bhakti, chanting our japa early in the morning, reading Srimad Bhagavatam every day, which made our lives lively in Krishna consciousness. But still our material desires are bothering us. We are listening to your thousands of recorded lectures, but still our minds are not under our control. We need your mercy and guidance to eradicate the 6 enemies that are residing in our minds. Please guide us always so that we will remember your instructions and never forget your lotus feet, birth after birth. Your fallen servant, your fallen disciples, Venkatnath Das and Prishnigarva Devi Dasi, Sydney, Australia.
Vishvambar Das. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. It has been a long time since I expressed something in writing to you. I usually speak from the heart. In any case, I am thinking of you today and missing your loving smile on me. I want to report to you that I am still distributing the books of your loving Father, and that is when I feel you the most next to me. I love you, your son and servant, Vishvambar Das, United Kingdom.
This offering is by Brajendra Nandana Das. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. On this 76th Vyasa Puja occasion, Srila Gurudev, I would like to share some of my feelings of appreciation and inspiration, particularly on the realization of transcendental knowledge, Guru Parampara, holy name and preaching, revealed in the Vedic literatures and based on your lectures. As my spiritual cultivation is becoming more focused, accordingly the realization of the principle of Guru and Krishna are becoming more perceptible. Since time immemorial, Supreme Lord Sri Krishna has instructed the imperishable science of devotion through the chain of disciplic succession. Consequently, for the human beings to cultivate such spiritual knowledge in an eternal relationship with Krishna, Srila Gurudev, you are a recipient and embodiment of such knowledge. First of all, on the principle of Guru, I am so grateful to have you as a Guru. Your distinguishing position as Gurudev is not only being influential due to lineage to disciplic succession, but acknowledged as the right hand of Srila Prabhupada. You have left an ineradicable imprint on your God siblings and everyone. Srila Gurudev, as you have stated, Krishna appears before our eyes as Srila Gurudev, the spiritual master. So this chance has not come by accident. It is said that by the grace of Krishna one meets the Guru, and by the grace of Guru one gets Krishna. Vyasa, Fiji, Initiation, 1993. Secondly, on the principle of disciplic succession, the descending mercy and mercy all combine together. How fortunate I am in the process to be the recipient of such mercy. How privileged I am that I can connect myself to Krishna through you and the Parampara. Srila Gurudev, as you have stated, when Krishna wants to give blessings, then he gives it through the Guru Parampara. We have been wandering in 8,400,000 species of life, and we got this opportunity. What opportunity we got? To receive the mercy, Guru Parampara's mercy, not only accepting me as a guru, but accepting all acharyas in the line of disciplic succession as gurus. I am connecting to them, and the mercy you receive is mercy all combined together. Krishna is merciful, but every one of all the acharyas are many times more merciful than Krishna. Then you may say, how is it possible? Because they are mercy personified. When Krishna wants to show special mercy, he doesn't do it directly. He does it through the acharyas. So we should be ready to receive this mercy, and this is what we have to learn from our gurus. Vyasa, Fiji, Initiation, 1993. Thirdly, on initiation into Mahamantra, one of my inspirations for chanting the holy name is not only following the instructions, but feeling and remembering your example, your taste in the holy name, the tone you chant in, your chanting postures, and the innumerable emphasis that you have highlighted about the holy name. Srila Gurudev, as you have stated, as soon as one chants the Mahamantra, Hare Krishna mantra, the initiator is already present. Hearing Hare Krishna is service to Krishna. It is the best service you do for Krishna, to hear his holy names. He is so much pleased when you do this. But the reason why we require this transcendental knowledge is so that we can purify our chanting by correcting our wrong thoughts. Our goal is to love Krishna, and that will develop through pure chanting of Krishna's holy name. Vyasa, Fiji, Initiation, 1993. Lastly, my inspiration on preaching. Gurudev, you are an embodiment of preaching, and you have been an integral part of Srila Prabhupada's preaching mission. Why would you always place so much emphasis on preaching activities? Nevertheless, you have unlimitedly explained the reasons for them. As your disciples, it's our responsibility to follow in your path. Certainly, your mood will be, what are the ways we can intensify our forms and levels of preaching? Srila Gurudev, you have stated, we have to liberate ourselves, but also follow the examples of liberated people like Prahlad Maharaj. They would not accept liberation for themselves unless they bring others with them. Another point you said, we all become devotees by someone's preaching and mercy, and so how can we repay that? Only by showing the same compassion to others. To preach, we need to have transcendental knowledge, and that requires studying philosophy. For those who find it difficult to preach, there are other ways that can be assisted. An ignorant disciple is very embarrassing to the Guru. Summary, Vyasa, Fiji, Initiation, 1993. On this Vyasa Puja day, I seek your blessings, Srila Gurudev, so that I can exemplify to my capacity some of the instructions that you so gratefully received from Srila Prabhupada. Your aspiring servant, Rajendra Nandana Das, Suba, Fiji Islands.
Offering from Vrindavaneshwari, Devi Dasi. I offer my humble obeisances to my beloved spiritual master. As I am from Fiji Islands, I had pretty good opportunity to have the association of Srila Gurudev. I was only 12 years old when I took Diksha from Gurudev. Maybe I was the youngest disciple of Gurudev in Fiji that time. My Gurudev took special care of me as his youngest disciple. His instruction was for me to distribute books in Fiji at that time. As my mother Bhakti Devi was a very good cook, every time he used to say, "I will eat from your hand next time I visit Fiji." I used to get very nervous because I didn't know how to cook. One time, we had a program at the University of Suva where he gave a lecture entitled Gods, Demigods, and Incarnations. I was present there, and I had decorated that Vyasa-san. Gurudev really appreciated it. But there is a story too. During that lecture, we had kirtan. I was standing and watching everyone dance. I was feeling a bit shy. Gurudev came to me and said, "Vrindavaneshwari, dance." I felt a bit shy, but when I saw that Gurudev was dancing, I also started to dance. Since then, I used to always dance in kirtans, and I even taught Matajis in Gujarat to dance in kirtan. There are many such incidents I can remember with Gurudev. I can't write them all now. I love my Gurudev and miss him very much. His humble servant, Vrindavaneshwari Devi Dasi, Vrindavan, India. Offering from Yashoda Dulal Das. Dearest Srila Gurudev, in recent weeks, from the time of your sannyas anniversary to now, we have been watching many of your godbrothers speaking of their memories of Radha Damodar traveling Sankirtan party and of your divine grace. I have been hearing them again and again on my drive to work, and it is really enlivening. I reflected on that feeling and concluded that there is only one reason why listening to them and hearing about you would do that. It's because I am still connected to you. Maheshwara Prabhu spoke of your talk in Ojai in 1995. Looking it up, I felt like I was catching up with you on your travels. This evening, I reread your last email to me. I included it in my offering to you last year, which somehow did not make it into the book. I'm mentioning it again because I truly treasure your words and wanted to share that treasure. My dear Yashoda Dulal Das, please accept my blessings and thanks for your email. It was wonderful to hear of your visit to the Holy Dham. When I have a disciple like you who visits the Dham, I feel that I go there through him or her. As you walk, so I walk with you, and as you see, so I see with the same. And whatever you feel, I get to feel as well. It is all the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and our Guru Parampara. Their mercy descends to us with so much force. It is wonderful that you can go regularly to the holy dhams to refresh yourself there. At the same time, please do not see your studies as mundane. You have important work to do in this world in preparation for the next. As we work in this world and improve ourselves, so we make progress on the path back to Godhead. I want you to represent Krishna in the form of excellent achievement in all that you do, whether it be studies, chanting, or preaching. Always know that your strength comes from Krishna through the process of sadhana bhakti. Whenever you have free time, take the association of the Vaishnavas and serve them with full love and devotion. In this way, they will bless you, and your path back to Godhead will be made easy. Holding on to your words, Srila Gurudev. With love, Yashoda Dulal Das, Auckland, New Zealand. Offering from Yogini Dasi. My dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Srila Gurudev. Today is the ceremony of Srila Gurudev's 76th anniversary of appearance. I would like to offer the following as a flower unto your lotus feet. We each have a direct relationship with Krishna because we are his children, but realizing and acting in that direct relationship is possible after we've become pure. Krishna shows us his love within the material world by directing us to the spiritual master. The spiritual master is the representative of Krishna. The relationship between the spiritual master and the disciple is the most important relationship in one's life. Our spiritual master selflessly trains and guides us in reviving our relationship with Krishna. The Supreme Lord shows his love to us also by purifying our hearts with transcendental knowledge. By such knowledge, we can be free from ignorance and misery. To receive spiritual knowledge is a gift for the conditioned souls, but we have to learn this transcendental knowledge through our spiritual master. The words spoken by Krishna and his devotees about Krishna are amritam, nectar. The more one drinks this amritam and practices the teachings, the more one advances in his eternal life, the more one becomes spiritually rich. Srila Gurudev is one of those able to touch many people's hearts and convert many jivas to become Vaishnavas. How is Srila Gurudev so dear to Krishna? By his determination and non-stop preaching of the glories of the Lord. How do you show your success in spiritual consciousness? By showing respect to everyone. How do you show that your mind is so fixed on the lotus feet of Krishna? By showing your self-satisfaction and peacefulness. For a person who has suitable shoes on his feet, there is no danger even when he walks on pebbles and thorns. For him, everything is auspicious. He feels happiness everywhere. Srimad Bhagavatam 7:15-17. Jai Srila Gurudev's Vyasa Puja Ki Jai. Your humble servant, Yogini Dasi, Hong Kong. Offering from Yudhisthira Das. Srila Gurudev, please accept my utmost respectful and appreciative pranams alongside a heart full of gratitude for having you as the most important spiritually inspirational force in my life. You once called me into your room and said, "You know, Yudhisthira, you are the most competent appearing incompetent person I have ever met." I laughed and you laughed. It was truly funny, but in the ultimate spiritual sense, it proved to be true. Yes, I was capable of arranging your appointments, booking your travel, being the production manager for many of your books, managing your Dallas office, doing your Dakshin bookkeeping, following your instructions as secretary and Dallas Temple president, all for many years. You called me your permanent secretary. It was more than a full-time job for a conditioned soul like myself. However, eventually that joke about my being incompetent revealed itself as true from a spiritual standpoint. Although relatively speaking, I was materially competent, my spiritual incompetence or limitations finally revealed themselves, and I floundered for some years after your departure. You pushed hard, and because of my lack of surrender, my material vehicle, body, mind, and ego broke down. Did you know how hard I would crash? Was I just one of those soldiers you spoke of when you told me many times in a war the general has to sacrifice some of his soldiers? I certainly do not think you intentionally sacrificed anyone, yet you pushed relentlessly. How could you not be very intense? Your commitment to serve Srila Prabhupada ran deep, seemingly through every single cell in your body, like the electric energy that keeps our bodies alive. You had many nicknames, such as Hot Tamale and Gourmet Guru. For disciples, we compared you to chutney, too hot to handle, but too sweet to resist. My dreams and memories are just like that, sometimes hot and sometimes sweet. Of the many times you have come to check on me in my dreams, you have probed, tested, encouraged, all alongside showing much love and affection. I have no doubt that you want all your disciples, and all the souls for that matter, to find peace and happiness in their spiritual paths, despite the inevitable challenges we all face in this material world. Since your departure in 2002, I can look at my more than 20-year-old emotional blocks and am embarrassed that my faith has not been able to readily overcome some of the challenges I have been struggling with. I can only take solace in the fact that time is only relevant here on this planet, and 20 years is not that long in the big picture. We are all here to learn, to remember who we really are eternally. Our Gaudiya Vaishnava philosophy teaches us that life is dynamic and continuously evolving in both the material and spiritual realms, and that this world is our classroom with our primary assignment to repurpose the material energy in which we find ourselves swimming. The goal, to remember our real identity as a servant of the servant of God in his unlimited personalities, representatives, and manifestations, not in a narrow sectarian way, but as broadly as possible. As Srila Prabhupada said so many times, we need to put the eternal and supreme I in front of all the zeros we encounter. And yes, there are many. So many of us have contemplated what it would be like and what we would be like if you were still physically present. All agree that your trajectory was toward exhibiting that molten gold of a heart that was often hidden from our view due to the many demands that were placed on you, alongside the greater demands you placed on yourself. We are all unique and wondrous as sparks of the Supreme, and among so many sparks, I have no doubt that not only did you shine brightly during your physical presence, but you are continuing to shine more and more light as time passes, using Srila Prabhupada's analogy of the Guru being the official mailbox for the post office. There is also no doubt in my mind and heart that you are an official mailbox for Srila Prabhupada, and therefore a representative of the entire disciplic succession we are blessed to be a part of, a tall and prominent Chaitanya tree in the forest of sincere devotees of the Lord, who come from so many traditions and faith paths throughout the world. Your sincere but often struggling servant, Yudhisthira Das, Dallas, Texas, USA. Offering from Ayushi Nanda. Hare Krishna Srila Gurudev. Please accept my most humble obeisances unto the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Dear Srila Gurudev, on this most auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja, I wish to offer my gratitude to you for all the beautiful things you arranged for me, even though I never served you when you were present in this mortal world. I am grateful to you for arranging such wonderful association as your beloved daughters, Madan Mohan Mohini Dasi and Adarya Radhika Dasi, who taught me so much by their own personal example. Whatever I'm able to do to serve Sri Guru and Gauranga is just by their association, as you rightly repeat in every other lecture on how powerful devotee association is. It is indeed very powerful, Gurudev. I am grateful for your powerful lectures that just never let me feel the pain of separation from you. It feels as if you are right there speaking to me in your strong and at the same time affectionate and compassionate voice. It is indeed my support system, Gurudev. With my limited words, I cannot write your glories, but I am so thankful to you for accepting me and giving me shelter of your Vani, Guru Maharaj. Kindly forgive me for any offenses that I might have committed, knowingly or unknowingly. I would be simply lost without the mercy of Vaishnavas and spiritual master. I know you will never let me go out of this process, as you know this is my ultimate resort, and I am a beggar with just one possession, Krishna and his devotees, and nothing other than that. Kindly make me your pet dog, who is so faithful to his master and follows in the footsteps of his master always, with complete surrender. Sending lots of love to you, Gurudev, your most fallen, insignificant daughter, Ayushi, Sunny Valley, California, USA. Offering from Adityajit Joshi. Hare Krishna Maharaj Ji, Dandavat Pranam unto your lotus feet. Maharaj, I am an insignificant soul and have no qualification to write anything about you. Maharaj, not only I, but we all are very inspired by you. Please, Maharaj, bestow your grace on us. Thanks, Maharaj Ji. Please bless me. Trying to be your servant, Adityajit Joshi, Jalandhar, India. Offering from Amritesh Gora Das. Hare Krishna, my dear and revered Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. First of all, I came to know about you from His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. Then when I watched Abad Charan, I became thoroughly convinced about your love and dedication for Srila Prabhupada's service. I have heard from many devotees how you would take up all the burden of Srila Prabhupada, like an ideal disciple's shoulders, Sri Guru's responsibility, so that Srila Prabhupada could peacefully give time for Srimad Bhagavatam translation and preaching. I am so grateful to you in my day-to-day life. The daily quotes which I receive are so practical and applicable for my own personal spiritual life. The way you serve Srila Prabhupada, may I develop a pinch of such dedication for His divine grace. You are truly a soldier major in Srila Prabhupada's movement of ISKCON. His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Guru Maharaj Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Your servant, Amritesh Gora Das, Bhubaneswar, India. Offering from Anant Acharya Das. Hare Krishna Srila Goswami Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. This is the very first time that I am officially writing a Vyasa Puja offering to you, so please be merciful and kindly ignore the mistakes that I have made while writing this. Maharaj, I first heard about you and your services to Srila Prabhupada from the devotees in the year 2008-2009. The one specific sentence that I distinctly remembered was, whenever there used to be any problem in any of the ISKCON projects, Srila Prabhupada used to always remember you for solving it. Prabhupada used to say, call Tamal, and wherever you would be at that point of time in the world, you would go to Srila Prabhupada and do that seva. Then some devotee showed me your lecture series recorded in Fiji, and that inspired me so much that I started hearing more about you and your services. I then started reading books written by you, like Servant of the Servant, and then started hearing more and more lectures about you by various devotees. Your surrender to Srila Prabhupada and dedication to follow his instructions to please him is so inspiring to me. I have heard many recorded conversations between you and Prabhupada, and the most amazing thing about those conversations would be how Srila Prabhupada used to totally consider you as his own personal associate and would deal with you with so much intimacy. Maharaj, you have always inspired and blessed me in Krishna consciousness, and I always felt that warmth at your samadhi at Sri Mayapur Dham and at your Pushpa samadhi near Govardhan. I remember how, before going for my initiation, I was seeking blessings of all the devotees in Chaupadi temple, and I was meditating and praying for your blessings near Lakshmi Narayan temple, where a tamal tree is planted in your memory. After praying there, when I was going to work, one of your senior Grihas disciples met me at the temple courtyard, and when I told him that I will be taking initiation in a few days, and how I was praying to Goswami Maharaj for his blessings, as soon as he heard this, he hugged and blessed me like a father, and I got that assurance that you have blessed me through your disciple for my journey in Krishna consciousness. Through this and many other similar reciprocations, you always keep me inspired in my Krishna consciousness, and I pray that someday, following in your footsteps, we will be able to please our Guru and Srila Prabhupada. Thank you, Maharaj, for everything, and forgive me for my mistakes. Servant of your servants, Anant Acharya Das, Bandara, India. Offering from Adarya Radhika Dasi. My dear Tamal Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Wish you a very happy Vyasa Puja. Maharaj, what can I say about you and your extraordinary blessings upon our family? Thanks to your sweet, special, loving relationship with Madan Mohan Mohini, we feel causelessly and constantly wrapped in your loving and protective embrace. I sometimes wonder how I ended up here in this beautiful paradise of your priceless love and mercy. Could I have imagined any relationship with you if it weren't for Mohini? All the association, all the numerous opportunities for service, all the blessings and love and guidance that your beautiful TKG family has given us feels unreal even today. Your and your disciples' mercy truly knows no bounds. Today, I wish to deeply thank you for everything you have been doing for us, time and space being no constraints for you. You are present with us, no doubt. Otherwise, how would you know our smallest needs, our deepest fears, our strongest desires, our most immediate challenges? And how would you address them and fix them? How would you reciprocate in the most real ways if you weren't keeping a constant watch on us? O unlimited spiritual master, O manifestation of Lord Nityananda's mercy, you are capable of caring for every single one of your dependents in the most personal and loving and fully involved way. You are so sincere in your love, so cooling and soothing in your care, so simple and non-judgmental, and empathetic and comforting in your dealings, so positively disposed in your perception of our choices, however wrong or imperfect they may be. You are only looking for the good in us, only here to encourage us. I know for a fact that I have given you many opportunities to be sheerly disappointed with me, but you have always been just lovingly tolerating me and my many mistakes and insufficiencies in your and Mohini's service. I am in awe of how much you have forgiven me and still love me. Why do you tolerate me, Gurudev? Because you are grateful that I am doing some little service for your dear Mohini. Because Mohini loves me? Because she depends on me? Would you have thrown me away if it weren't for Mohini? Because I am such a pathetic servant who doesn't even feel like she is anyone's servant. Dear Maharaj, today I'm just in awe of your greatness, of your ability to unlimitedly forgive, and not just that, but your ability, on top of it, to unconditionally love. I can feel through the many layers of my shame your compassion and warmth, and no complaints kind of selfless love, softly penetrating and melting me. Your presence is so soothing and comforting, so loving and so relaxing. How can someone love so much? I'm very grateful to you and Mohini for showing me this dimension of spiritual life, for giving me a practical experience of how beautiful the reciprocation between the Guru and disciple can be in physical separation. Thank you for engaging me in so many beautiful services for the TKG Disciples community. Thank you for letting me take care of your dear Mohini and not throwing me out of her life despite my many mistakes and offenses. And thank you for just unlimitedly blessing me and protecting me. I am an offender at your lotus feet. I have been so on many occasions. In fact, on almost every occasion you engaged me in your service, there is probably no getting away with that. It is enough to ruin my spiritual life fully. But I beg you to please forgive me by uplifting me and bringing me out of this tendency I have of offending Vaishnavas. This is my prayer to you today, dear Maharaj, that you may please pull me out of my lower nature and please help me stop offending devotees. I pray that I can always stay connected with you and that my relationship with you can grow and deepen, and that someday I can be in your personal association and experience the full glory, the hot and the sweet, the stern and the soft, the strong and the vulnerable sides of your magical, magnanimous personality. I haven't met you, but have associated with you in so many ways, and I couldn't help but very quickly fall in love with you, so much so that I consider you my spiritual master, equal to my two Maharajas, His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj and His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj. I don't know who comes first on the list amongst the three of you. You three are interchangeable and irreplaceable and absolutely necessary for me. Thank you so much for being so important to my survival, and I am very sorry for taking you and your mercy so much for granted. I love you and feel overwhelmed even at the thought of how much you must love me, the unlimited ocean of love that you are. Yours with love and gratitude, Adarya Radhika Dasi. Gratitude. Adarya Radhika Dasi. Offering from Bart Krishna Das. My most respected and dear Param Gurudev, I am so unfortunate to have never had your darshan. Whenever I remember you and your pastimes, I feel a strong urge to have your direct association, but I am not qualified for that. But you have reciprocated with me more than I could ever conceived. On this most auspicious 76th Vyasa Puja day, I offer my prostrated obeisances at your divine lotus feet and take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude. Srila Param Gurudev, you have taught us that we are Rupanugas, the followers of Srila Rupa Goswami. Although we have 6 Goswamis, we are Rupanugas because Srila Rupa Goswami understood the inner desire of the heart of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In the same manner, we all know that among all who understood the heart and mood of Srila Prabhupada, you could understand the innermost desires and feelings of Srila Prabhupada's heart. Therefore, it is most appropriate to address you as Prabhupada Nuga, and I feel especially proud as I come directly in your lineage and family. Dear Param Gurudev, you are so dear to Srila Prabhupada, which is very obvious from the fact that he gave you his most personal key, which he would never give to anyone, to keep with you, which you tied in your Brahman's thread. And we also know how dear Srila Prabhupada is to you. The famous pastime where Srila Prabhupada was in Hardwar, in his room, lying on his bed, and all the disciples were standing, surrounding him. Srila Prabhupada felt thirsty, and understanding his heart's desire to drink Ganges water, you immediately jumped from the room on that first floor into the Ganges, and within a moment brought a pot filled with Ganges water. Srila Prabhupada drank the whole pot. Srila Prabhupada had complete faith upon you, who could fulfill all his desires. Whenever there would be any conflict or any critical situation beyond anyone's control, Srila Prabhupada would confidently say, "Call Tamal." The first thing I heard about you was about how you bought the land of Mayapur, undergoing lots of struggle, almost making the impossible possible, and coming to Srila Prabhupada at midnight and saying the most famous words, "Prabhupada, the land is yours," which gave immense satisfaction to him. And he said, "All right, now you can take rest." I am personally very fortunate to have received your causeless mercy right from the very beginning of my Krishna consciousness. Your very dear disciple, His Grace, Vallabh Chaitanya Prabhu, introduced me to the world of ISKCON, and with immense care and affection taught me the philosophy. He always shared with me your transcendental pastimes with Srila Prabhupada, which always left me in awe of you. He stresses how strict you were regarding the rules and regulations of ISKCON and following Vaishnava behavior. He always said that you were like a thunderbolt externally and at heart you were softer than a rose. The soft quality of your heart, the softer quality of your heart I received from your very dear disciple, His Grace Ananga Mohan Prabhu. His care and affection are manifestations of your divine qualities. His attachment for you is very deep and internal. He has very carefully preserved many of your paraphernalia, like cloth, sweater, and a pair of socks. He used to say that you are very fond of Bengali disciples, and he is very fortunate and proud to be one of them. Your ultimate mercy came to me in the form of your most dear son and closest to your heart, His Holiness Bhakti Gaurava Narayan Swami Guru Maharaj. I can't describe the great fortune I received by coming under his shelter and ultimately getting the glorious privilege to be in your family, your lineage, your grand disciple. He is the divine, most auspicious physical manifestation of your unlimited mercy upon me. Although I have not even a fraction of qualities to come in your lineage, but will, due to his extremely compassionate nature, he accepted me as his servant and I'll repeat that. He accepted me as his servant and allowed to be connected to you and through you to Srila Prabhupada, just as the gopis of Vrindavan are always immersed in thoughts of Krishna. His thoughts, words, actions, and consciousness are always absorbed in your thoughts. There are infinite pastimes of yours which he incessantly shares with us. He would often describe how you would always be in the mood of Brajabasis, and wherever you would go and whenever you would go to Vrindavan, and especially Govardhan, you would go to some of Krishna's places of pastimes and spend the whole day there. He describes how fond you are of tamal and kadamba trees. Guru Maharaj shares one pastime about your special locket that you wore around your neck. He always had inquisitiveness to know what it was. Knowing your heart, you called him personally and showed that this locket is very special to you because it contains Srila Prabhupada's tooth. You said this tooth makes you feel the presence of Srila Prabhupada always close to you. There are infinite pastimes which display your deep attachment towards Srila Prabhupada, dedication for ISKCON, and concern for all the devotees. For your divine pleasure, I would like to inform you that your dearmost son, continuing the same mood as yours, is preaching all over the world in India, and especially providing shelter to unlimited conditioned souls in Odisha and making them Krishna conscious. For your pleasure, he is developing a very beautiful palatial temple for Shri Radha Shamasundar at Angal to offer a gift to your Srila Prabhupada. He is building a very beautiful and Vedic Pushpa Samadhi for you. By his mercy, we, his disciples, and your grand disciples are engaged in assisting him in this great service. We humbly beg you to kindly bless us with all strength and intelligence, so to be able to offer it to Srila Prabhupada as soon as possible. And I'll repeat that. We humbly beg you to kindly bless us with all strength and intelligence to be able to offer it to Srila Prabhupada as soon as possible. Dear Param Gurudev, we all pray to Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji to provide us with your eternal association and engage us in your blissful service. I pray at your lotus feet to bless me with a tiny drop of the ocean of love you have for Srila Prabhupada. Please kindly forgive me for my insufficiency in glorifying you and your dear disciples. As a loving grandfather, please forgive me for all my mistakes and provide me shelter at your lotus feet. Your insignificant servant of the servant, Bharat Krishna Das, Angul, Odisha, India. Offering from Chaitanya Charan Das. Respected Tamal Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. One of the biggest regrets of my life as a sadhaka is that I never got your personal association. I have felt this regret most acutely during two specific areas of my service, and those reveal what I deeply appreciate about you. I've had your association much more through your writings than through your lectures. Whenever my service of writing becomes too challenging, or when I wonder whether it will be of any value, one of my powerful sources of inspiration is revisiting your writings. The sheer breadth of your contribution through writing is amazing. Dramas, devotional fiction, outreach novels, academic journal articles, and most importantly, your doctoral thesis. You wrote in almost every genre that there is to write in, and you have shown future generations of writers how they can serve our tradition, following in your illustrious footsteps. That Krishna took us away from you before your life's magnum opus on Prabhupada's theology was completed might seem incomplete. I'll repeat that. That Krishna took us away from you before your life's magnum opus on Prabhupada's theology was completed might seem incomplete, but it almost mystically mirrors what Krishna did with Srila Prabhupada's magnum opus. His Bhagavatam commentary, the living tradition of bhakti, authors and scholars completed both. This underscores how Krishna's plan is multi-generational and ongoing. During the pandemic, I started the Monks podcast, where I have been blessed with the opportunity to discuss bhakti wisdom with a galaxy of Srila Prabhupada's followers, disciples, and grand-disciples. During many of these podcasts, I have on several occasions hankered to have your association and lamented that I couldn't have it. But then once it struck me that I have had it through your dedicated disciples, such as Konteya Prabhu, who shared your vision for Western outreach, and Krishna Abhishek Prabhu, who shared your vision for academic outreach. I pray to your lotus feet that your inspiration keeps coming to me through many channels, and thus keeps me fixed in my small services to the glorious mission that you have spearheaded in the service of Srila Prabhupada. Your servant, Chaitanya Charan Das, Govardhan, Eco Village, India. Offering from Dhruva Maharaj Das. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances again and again at your divine lotus feet. All glories to you and your divine appearance upon this planet, and all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Words cannot express how you've inspired me and saved my life. My sincere love and gratitude to you for all that you have given me and all that you continue to give. Everything about you is extremely dynamic, sincere, loving, caring, and wonderful. Please bless me that I can always be at your lotus feet, serving you with unconditional love and devotion. Your glories are unlimited. You started the China mission. You started the temple in Mayapur. You started academic preaching in ISKCON. You started bus party preaching. You were secretary to the founder. You had been a leading GBC for many years. And your video, God, Demigods, and Incarnations, has put profound faith in many of us, as well as created many inspirational projects. Your servant and son with love, Dhruva Maharaj Das, United Kingdom. Offering from Divya Hasija. Dear Maharaj, please accept my most humble obeisances unto the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Guru Maharaj. All glories to you. Thank you so much for giving me Mohini. Thank you so much for giving me wonderful services. Whenever I read Ocean of Mercy, I feel a connection with you, as Guru Maharaj used to stay with you and used to ask you about everything. Prabhupada loves you. Bless me that I develop deep love towards Gurudev and Prabhupada. Bless me that I can serve you, Gurudev and Prabhupada. Thank you so much for everything. Begging for your mercy, your insignificant servant, Divya Hasija, Indore, India. Offering from Govardhan Das. Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet. Goswami Maharaj, I never saw you in front of me because I joined ISKCON in the end of November 2005 after your departure, but I always follow you by your videos and your lectures. I understand one thing, that you are the foundation of our whole ISKCON society. You gave your whole life to fulfill Srila Prabhupada's desires. You are one of the best sons among all the sons of Srila Prabhupada. Maharaj, please pray for me that I can do the best service at the lotus feet of my Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj, and Srila Prabhupada and all the Vaishnavas. Hare Krishna, in your service, Govardhan Das, Pune, India. Offering from Hiranyagarbha Das. Guru Nishta Swarupaya, Prabhupada Priyaya Cha. Krishna Bhakti Pradhanaya, Guru Devaya Te Namaha. I offer my humble obeisances unto my spiritual master, His Holiness Srila Tamal Krishna, Goswami Gurudev, who is the personification of Guru Nishta, firm faith in the spiritual master. He is very dear to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and is the bestower of Krishna Bhakti devotional service to Lord Krishna. Dearest Srila Gurudev, Hare Krishna, please accept my humble Dandavat Pranam unto your lotus feet on this most blessed day of your Vyasa Puja. All glories to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. While meditating on your qualities, Srimad Bhagavatam verses 11:11, 29 to 32 come to mind, wherein the 28 qualities of a saintly person are described, which you perfectly displayed throughout your life. The qualities are described as follows. 1. Kripalu. A devotee cannot tolerate seeing the world merged in ignorance and suffering, the whiplashes of Maya. Therefore, he busily engages in distributing Krishna consciousness and is called Kripalu, or merciful. 2. Akrita Droha. Even if someone is offensive toward a devotee does not become offensive in return. Indeed, he never acts against the interest of any living entity. A devotee never uses his mind, body, or words to perform any act harmful to the welfare of any living entity. 3. Titikshu. A devotee forgives and forgets any offense against himself. A Vaishnava is personally detached from his material body, which is made of pus, stool, blood, and so on. 4. Satyasara. A devotee always remembers that he is the eternal servant of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is omniscient, the reservoir of all pleasure and the ultimate enjoyer of all activities. By avoiding activities outside devotional service, a devotee remains fixed in the truth, does not uselessly waste time, and thus becomes bold, powerful, and steady. 5. Anavadyatma. A devotee knows that the material world is a temporary phantasmagoria and therefore does not envy anyone in any material situation. He never tries to agitate others or criticize them unnecessarily. 6. Sama. A devotee remains steady and equal in material happiness or distress, fame or infamy. His actual wealth is his consciousness of Krishna, and he understands that his real self-interest lies outside the scope of material nature. 7. Sarva Pakaraka. Neglecting one's selfish desires and working for the satisfaction of others is called para upakar, whereas causing trouble to others for one's personal gratification is called para pakara. A devotee always works for the pleasure of Lord Krishna, who is the resting place of all living entities, and thus a devotee's activities are ultimately pleasing to everyone. 8. Kamer Ahatadi. Ordinary persons see all material things as objects for their personal gratification, and thus try to acquire or control them. 9. Danta. A devotee is naturally repelled by sinful activities and controls his senses by dedicating all his acts to Krishna. This requires steady concentration and a cautious mentality. 10. Mridu. A materialistic person will always see people as friends or enemies, and thus will sometimes justify cruel or small-minded behavior in order to subdue his opponents. Since a devotee has taken shelter of Lord Krishna, he does not consider anyone his enemy and is never disturbed by the tendency to desire or enjoy the suffering of others. Number 11, Suchi. A devotee never touches that which is impure or improper, and simply by remembering such a pure devotee, one is freed from the tendency to sin. Because of his perfect behavior, a devotee is called Suchi, or pure. Number 12, Akinchana. A devotee is free from possessiveness and is not eager to enjoy or renounce anything, since he considers everything to be Lord Krishna's property. Number 13, Aniha. A devotee never acts on his own behalf, but rather for the service of Lord Krishna. He is therefore aloof from ordinary worldly affairs. Number 14, Mitabuk. A devotee accepts material sense objects only as far as necessary and to keep himself healthy and fit in Lord Krishna's service. He is therefore not entangled by his sense activities and never injures his self-realization. Number 15, Santa. Those trying to exploit the Lord's creation are always disturbed. A devotee, however, is detached from such pointless activities and understands sense gratification to be diametrically opposed to his self-interest. Being always engaged according to the Lord's desire, he remains peaceful. Number 16, Stira. Remembering that Lord Krishna is the basis of everything, a devotee does not become fearful or impatient. Number 17, Matsarana. A devotee does not take pleasure in anything except serving Lord Krishna and is constantly attentive in the execution of his duties. A devotee knows that only Lord Krishna can protect him and engage him in useful work. Muni, number 18. Number 18, Muni. A devotee is thoughtful and through intelligent contemplation avoids becoming distracted from his spiritual advancement. By intelligence, he is freed from doubts about Lord Krishna and confronts all problems in life with steady Krishna consciousness. 19, Apramata. One who forgets the Supreme Lord is more or less crazy, but a devotee remains sane by offering his activities to Lord Krishna. Number 20, Gabiratma. As a devotee merges into the ocean of Krishna consciousness, his own consciousness becomes deeper and deeper. Ordinary superficial persons hovering on the material platform cannot fathom the extent of a devotee's awareness. Number 21, Dhutiman. By controlling the urges of the tongue and genitals, the devotee remains steady and patient and does not impulsively change his position. Number 22, Jita Satguna. By spiritual knowledge, a devotee is able to conquer the pushings of hunger, thirst, lamentation, illusion, old age, and death. Number 23, Amani. A devotee is not puffed up, and even if he is famous, he does not take such fame very seriously. Number 24, Manada. A devotee offers all respect to others, since everyone is part and parcel of Lord Krishna. Number 25, Kaya. A devotee is expert in making people understand the truth of Krishna consciousness. Number 26, Maitra. A devotee does not cheat anyone by encouraging them in the bodily concept of life. Rather, by his missionary work, a devotee is the true friend of everyone. Number 27, Karunika. A devotee tries to make people sane and thus is most merciful. He is para dukkha dukhi, or one who is unhappy to see the unhappiness of others. Number 28, Kavi. A devotee is expert in studying the transcendental qualities of Lord Krishna and is able to show the harmony and compatibility of the Lord's apparently contradictory qualities. You are very dear to Srila Prabhupada and also to your godbrothers. You are a perfect disciple and perfect guru. Simply by sincerely and attentively listening to your lectures, one is guaranteed to take up the path of bhakti. Such is your potency. When you were personally present, you had solutions to all the problems. Your presence today is highly missed. Srila Gurudev, I am the most fallen and have no good qualities at all. Whatever good qualities I have are only by your causeless mercy. You are an ocean of mercy, and only by your mercy one can get liberated, as described in this prayer. Vande Shri Gurudevam Tam Karuna Varuna Layam Yat Kripa Lava Leshena Pamaro Piyamarat Yate. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the bona fide spiritual master, an ocean of compassion. Even a fraction of his mercy is enough to liberate even the most fallen person. Srila Gurudev, thank you for engaging me in your service. On this auspicious day of your appearance, please bless me so that I am able to do more service for the pleasure of their lordships, Guru and Vaishnavas. Happy 76th Vyasa Puja. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Begging for your mercy, Dandavat Pranam, Hare Krishna. Your most unworthy servant, Hiranyagarbha Das, Auckland, New Zealand.
Rishikesh Jagadish Bhai. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances onto your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. On this auspicious and glorious day of your Vyasa Puja, I humbly beg for your mercy and blessings. Despite your absence, you remain an inspiration and spiritual guide for us. Gurudev, my words fall short of expressing my gratitude to you. I benefit from your lectures. Your teachings and legacy are everlasting and practical to this very day. When I hear your lectures, recall the events, and read your books, all of my weaknesses and limitations vanish. It enables the mind, intelligence, and body to devote more time to the divine couple's service. Gurudev, please bestow your blessing on me and my family so that we, being fallen souls, can strive to continue in Srila Prabhupada's service, be in the association of pure devotees, and make spiritual progress in devotional service. His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Always yours in service to Guru and Gauranga, your insignificant servant of your servants, Rishikesh Jagadish Bhai, Auckland, New Zealand. Janava Isvari Devi Dasi. Dear Maharaj, all glories to you on this special Vyasa Puja day. All glories to His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada. ISKCON was built with your unalloyed devotional service. It is possible to see you in the great dealings of administration, reminiscent book distribution, in the faithful and loving service to Sri Guru, in the good care of devotees and preaching programs. Every situation it is possible to see you in keeps guiding us through your example. Even after 2 decades of your departure, it is still so relieving to hear your lectures, read your books, and see the fruits of so many bhakti latas that you've planted. Our bona fide gurus are all Sri Guru, and Sri Guru is none other than Sri Nityananda Prabhu. How merciful Krishna is in allowing Tamal Krishna Maharaj to be Sri Guru for us. How to properly honor your service to ISKCON through eternity. Some weeks ago, His Holiness Jai Pitaka Swami Guru Maharaj dreamed of you. Both of you were conversing about preaching strategies. This is the proof that Harinam Sankirtan is your Nitya Leela Maharaj. Not few times he said how excellent you were and how you are very dear to him. In this way, I just ask Krishna to witness your service to Srila Prabhupada by properly chanting your glories and following your instructions, which are none different from Srila Prabhupada's. I may gain some qualification to somehow help you in your service. Thank you for your evergreen inspiration. Your follower and niece, Janava Isvari Devi Dasi, Itajai, Brazil. Jyoti Pandey. Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances unto your lotus feet. All glories to you. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Dear Maharaj, thank you for your existence in my life. I have heard about you in almost all lectures, classes, seminars, books, letters, and everywhere. It makes my thirst to meet you stronger. Although I never saw you with my material eyes, listening to your qualities makes me your fan day by day. Maharaj, you are an ocean of qualities, but the quality that touches me the most is Prabhupada's firm trust in you. You were an extraordinarily responsible person for Prabhupada. Prabhupada always wanted you to be there with him. I pray to the Lord to always keep you in his arms. Your aspiring servant, Jyoti, New Delhi, India. Kalindi Dinifer. Dear Srila Gurudev, I wasn't sure what to write for a Vyasa Puja offering at first. My memories of you are a child's foggy ones and some stories from my parents. However, recently I was blessed to have a very vivid dream with you and felt inspired to try to write something. I felt your stern yet kind energy. You are a loving, spiritual parent and grandparent to so many, and of course each parent has their own flavor of parenting, yours including strictness and high standards for your children to meet. With your young grandchildren, a little more of the sweetness comes out. A couple cherished memories, or memories shared with me of what you told my parents, so are that I wasn't a jealous child. I will strive to live up to that statement. And at another moment, you called me spunky. I have a beautiful picture where I was lying on the bed next to you and Mother Kirtida when I was sick. I went on to go to SMU, largely inspired by the fact that you went there. The feeling in the dream was a mix of being treated still a little like a child, but a child that has grown up, and you are now trying to guide. You said in the dream, if you were mine, you'd do as I told you. Basically regarding my wanting to do something my way, writing on my phone, versus yours, with pen and paper. Of course, how could I resist? And I ended up doing it your way. After all, I'm yours if you'll still have me, your spiritual granddaughter. You wrote my parents a letter shortly after my birth that you felt I was a granddaughter. I pray you still feel that, and that I may take shelter under your guidance in your spiritual family. Your hopeful spiritual granddaughter, Kalindi, Lemoyne, Maine, USA. Kamlendra Singh Rator. Dear Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, your magnanimous presence is always resonating all over the world favorably in Krishna consciousness. Your name is sung amongst the topmost Vaishnavas in dedication to one's Guru Maharaj. Srila Prabhupada's words are like guiding principle, and your soul's only desire is to accomplish Srila Prabhupada's instructions. We are awestruck to hear the pastimes of yours in spreading Krishna consciousness in variegated ways. The simplicity which you always had in dealing with Vaishnavas and reaching out to help them in Krishna consciousness is unparalleled. You are a leading soldier of Mahaprabhu's army, and now your instructions are a roadmap to develop love for Guru and Krishna. May your divine grace be merciful on a fallen soul like me who is rotting in this world. What is not possible in 3 worlds is possible by the grace of a Vaishnava like you. Please make me dedicated to the lotus feet of Guru and Gauranga. Thank you. Your insignificant servant, Kamlendra Singh Rathore, Jaipur, India. Kunal. Besides being a perfect mentor, you have been the best associate of your disciples. Also, as your name suggests, your attribute of being a Tamal Vriksha clearly tells us that you are a Vaikuntha man. His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Ki Jai. Kunal. Jalandhar, India.
Offering from Madan Mohan Mohini Dasi. My dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace. Life has changed a lot in the past year. Difficulties have increased. Struggle and limitations have increased. But I have also grown and developed. And I feel things are somewhat more sorted in my consciousness now, as time is passing. The more I feel limited, the more I want to become free. And it is happening in my mind, on the levels beyond this body. I'm doing things in ways that I never thought I would in life. I guess time teaches us and shows us a lot of things. I am definitely tired and want to live this life in peace in ways that comfort me. I said all this because I want to say that all of this is happening, the good things, because you are really supporting me. You are so kind, loving, merciful, and supportive. You are allowing me to live my life in a way I want to. Your presence is soothing, and your presence in our lives keeps us going, and I am so grateful for it. I just want to say this Vyasa Puja that I would not have been able to make it through this life so far if it weren't for you. Neither will I be able to in the future. You really keep me going. And for me, since so many years, there's no imagining a life without you in it. So please don't leave me and help me never leave you. And may you, when the time comes, please allow me to serve you to my heart's content and give me a lot of your association. You know my every desire. I'm waiting to be your servant soon in my next life. It is what I've wanted to become since the last 5.5 years, and I'm sure it will be very beautiful. Thank you for giving me this beautiful life, Gurudev, though filled with challenges every single day and sometimes every moment, and for being the most beautiful element of my life. Happy Vyasa Puja to you, Srila Gurudev. Please allow me to someday fulfill your desires. I miss you. With lots of love, your aspiring and eternal servant, Madan Mohan Mohini Dasi, Pune, India. Offering from Manini Dasi. Dearest Srila Gurudev Ji, Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, Guru Maharaj, and Gauranga. Gurudev Ji, I feel extremely indebted to you and your disciples for providing us with so many things for our spiritual upliftment. I will list a few to express my gratitude. You perceived Srila Prabhupada's vision of creating big things, vision of our beautiful big Houston temple for the well-being of the entire human society, largest ISKCON temple in North America, initiating continuing adult Vedic education in Houston ISKCON temple since 1995, inspiring Rath Yatras in Houston, Dallas, and many places to attract the masses of people to engage in the Lord's devotional service, studying for graduate and postgraduate degrees yourself to glorify Vaishnavism and Srila Prabhupada to the top of the world's highly educated professional community. And last but not least, I am very grateful to your disciples who dedicated a room to you across from the Pujari room, where I get an opportunity to associate with you by seeing your compassion for cows, cooking for the Lord, having darshan of the deities with Srila Prabhupada, and devotees, massaging Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet while I make garlands for Panchatattva and Nrsinga Devji. These pictures inspire me to serve you, my Shiksha Guru, and my Guru Maharaj with that intensity. Please, Gurudev, bless me that my faith and determination to serve you, Guru Maharaj, and Srila Prabhupada continues until the end of my life. I am indebted to you forever. Your aspiring servant, Manini Dasi, Houston, Texas, USA. Offering from Mansa Karak. Please accept my humble obeisances. I am offering my humble obeisances at the lotus feet of Tamal Krishna Goswami, whose every quote is an inspiration for every devotee. I want to share my real experience of Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj's opulence. In the year 2022, I attended the Gaura Purnim festival at Sridham Mayapur and spent some time in front of Tamal Krishna Goswami's Samadhi temple. Suddenly, a few people came to me when I was chanting the Maha Mantra in front of his temple. I told them to sit and listen to the glory of Tamal Krishna Goswami. Tamal Krishna Goswami was a powerful preacher, and his opulence was also there. All the visitors were inspired to hear about Tamal Krishna Goswami's life and service. They almost all promised to lead Bhakti Yoga and to chant Harinam. They returned home with japa bags. Tamal Krishna Goswami Ki Jai. Mansa Karak, Medinapur, India. Offering from Medhavni Hira. Dear Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. I am very fortunate that by your mercy, I have the opportunity to associate with sincere and dedicated devotees who are helping me to have a closer relationship with you, Srila Prabhupada and Mahaprabhu. Recently, I had the chance to relish your diary, which inspired me in different ways. Your unflinching service attitude and your dedication towards Srila Prabhupada has inspired me the most. I pray for your mercy, Maharaj. Please bestow your mercy on me so that I can serve Srila Prabhupada and Vaishnavas with dedication, sincerity, and without any offenses. Whenever I turn towards you, you have always cleared my doubts and guided me. I am very grateful and very thankful for your presence and blessings. I pray that I am able to show my gratitude towards you more by actions than words. Maharaj, I beg you to help me progress in my spiritual life, along with other devotees. All of us need your help to stay together, to serve together, and to serve each other with love, compassion, and utmost respect. I beg you to guide all of us through this material world and help us go back home, back to Godhead. Your servants, Madhavni Hira, Suriname, Mauritius. Offering from Nama Chintamani Dasi. My dear Maharaj, on this most auspicious day of your blessed appearance, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you. Maharaj, you had firm faith in Guru and Krishna, and you always followed strictly in Srila Prabhupada's footsteps, trying to serve to your best capacity. Similarly, your disciples, especially Her Grace Madan Mohan Mohini Dasi, despite many health challenges, is always thinking of innovative methods to serve and please you by inspiring the devotees to distribute Srila Prabhupada's books and many other services, too numerous to mention. She is also helping many devotees on a personal level. Thank you, Maharaj, for such a shining example of a sincere, dedicated, loving disciple. Of course, you have many disciples who are expert in different fields of service. The deity worship in Dallas and Houston is exemplary. Maharaj, your fame is spread all over the three worlds. It is not possible to fully glorify you. Your grateful servant, Nama Chintamani Dasi, Vrindavan, India.
Nila Madhava Priya Das. Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranam to you all. His Holiness Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. I had come in contact with Srila Gurudev by one of his videos entitled God's Competitors in 2014. Since then, I started following him, his Vani. Cent percent, I have staunch faith in Srila Gurudev, in his Guru Seva unto Srila Prabhupada, and in his cleverness. There are several incidents that happened by which my faith in Srila Gurudev became firm. I love him so much. I believe that the gift, a small piece of Maharaj's cloth, given to me by Her Grace Madan Mohan Mohini Mataji, is the best gift for me. Maharaj, I am eternally indebted to you. Please give me the strength to follow your divine orders. I am begging mercy from all disciples, followers, and well-wishers of Srila Gurudev. Maharaj, I miss you so much. Srila Gurudev's Vyasa Puja, Ki Jai. All glories to you, Srila Gurudev. Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranam. Nila Madhava Priya Das, Mumbai, India.
Neelamani Dasi. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances unto your lotus feet. All glories to you, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. I am very grateful that you are part of my life. It doesn't seem that I never met you. Yes, prayer is very powerful. I believe in it after praying to you. There's not a single prayer of mine that you didn't listen to. I can feel your presence in my life, dear Srila Gurudev. I would like to thank you 1,000,000 times for taking care of us in Vrindavan. That place is my home, and you are my dear father. I beg you to please always cast your merciful glance upon me. I badly need your mercy to progress in my spiritual life. Please always guide me to serve others and not just say, but be the servant of the servants. I want to become a proud disciple of Guru Maharaj, not like you, that's not possible, but a little drop of your qualities, of your dedication towards Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for everything, dear Srila Gurudev. I remain the eternal servant of your servants. Nilamani Dasi, Mauritius.
Orjita Sinha. Hare Krishna! I give my heartfelt gratitude to the disciples of His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj for giving me this heart-cleansing opportunity to glorify His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami. When we glorify pure devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, at that time, all the impurities of the heart, especially ego, gets completely purified. So this is a golden chance for me to cleanse my heart, as when the heart gets cleansed by the glories of the pure devotees, at that time Krishna resides in our heart forever. I never had the personal association or even darshan of Maharaj, but the words of devotees like him are like direct association and unlimited mercy. So I have been getting the Vani mercy of Maharaj. The divine qualities of Maharaj are unlimited, just like the unending ocean. I am doing a great unusual task of glorifying him because I am speaking like a fool who says that she can cross the entire ocean only by the help of her own 2 arms. And also, I am speaking as if I can break the entire Sumeru mountain by banging my head. Such are the unlimited glories of the devotees that can never be ended. But to say in my small words, as Lord Chaitanya says to Sanatan Goswami in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila, that a devotee has 26 divine qualities, though the qualities of the devotee are unlimited, and Maharaj had all the divine qualities in himself in full. Maharaj was an ideal leader, an ideal follower of Srila Prabhupada. What to say of a person who is continually associated with such a Mahabhagavat like Srila Prabhupada? Lava matra, sadhu sangha, sarva siddhi haya. Even a moment's association with a devotee can give us all kinds of liberation. Then what to say of a person who is continually associated with a pure devotee? Krishna prema siddhi, and the one who has Krishna prem can only give prem to others. One of the foremost pastimes of Maharaj that gave huge enthusiasm to me was his Radha Damodar traveling Sankirtan party. And also, we can't forget the immense contribution of Vishnujan Swami Maharaj. The bus would go to different places and make a huge number of brahmacharis, which is not such an easy task. When I first heard Maharaj's ending pastimes, at that time I was literally shocked. When one time Maharaj was in a car, the car had an accident, and everyone thought that Maharaj left his body because of that accident. But surprisingly, when the post-mortem report was taken, it said that Maharaj left his body before the accident occurred. That was an amazing thing for me. It is a practical example that the appearance and disappearance of devotees is not like the birth and death of normal living entities. Maharaj's qualities, his pastimes, and every paraphernalia is unlimited. Now he must be serving Srila Prabhupada in a different planet. Urjita Sinha, Guwahati, India. Parashuram Das and Shyamangi Radhika Dasi. Hare Krishna, dear Maharaj. Please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace. All glories to your surrender. All glories to your dedication. All glories to your focus. The focus of our offering to you today will be on your focus. The focus of your entire life was on how you could see a big smile on Srila Prabhupada's face, and for that you were ready to do anything. Your single-minded focus and meditation was on Srila Prabhupada's pleasure. You could do anything for it, be it making hundreds of brahmacharis for the Radha Damodar traveling Sankirtan party, or doing record-breaking book distribution and always being number 1 in that, or securing land for Mayapur temple. Nothing was difficult for you in your endeavor to please Srila Prabhupada. Once in a class in Mayapur, where you were describing about Bali Maharaj, you said how you were also once subjected to the same situation as Bali Maharaj. You said that just as everything was taken from Bali Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada also once took away all your services and told you just to sit and chant in Mayapur or else go to China. You persevered so hard for the China mission, a place which was almost impossible to preach at. But your single-minded focus was on how to see Srila Prabhupada happy. We greatly admire this single-minded focus of yours. This kind of focus is what a devotee's life goal should be, how to please the Guru. And in that quest, nothing else should matter. On this most auspicious appearance day of yours, our prayer to you is that may you please bless us with the same quality so that we can also remain focused only on the pleasure of our Gurus and dedicate our lives in that pursuit. Thank you. Your aspiring servants, Parashuram Das and Shamangi Radhika Dasi, Pune, India.
Offering from Priti Rati. Dear Maharaj, on this most auspicious occasion of your 76th Vyasa Puja, offer my respectful obeisances unto you. All glories to you, Maharaj. You are among the stalwart soldiers of our Sankirtan movement, Maharaj. By your activities and pastimes, you have taught us how to surrender oneself to the Guru. Your life is an inspiring example of how the greatest bliss of life is not in achieving personal accolades for ourselves, but in dedicating ourselves and our everything in the service of our spiritual master. Maharaj, you were prepared to do anything and everything for Srila Prabhupada. It didn't matter to you whether something was possible or less probable or just impossible. You just wanted to carry out your spiritual master's instructions in any circumstance. Sometimes, in order to do that, you had to undergo many austerities and discomforts, but it wouldn't matter to you because you were absorbed in the ecstasy of pleasing your spiritual master and in your endeavor of giving your life and your everything to him. I also want to become like you, my dear spiritual uncle. Srila Prabhupada says that the so-called love of this material world is only a perverted reflection of the selfless pure love of the spiritual world. I feel Krishna is so kind upon we conditioned souls that he sends his pure devotees in this material world to teach us what love really means. You have taught us by your life that love means selfless service without consideration of honor or dishonor, comforts or discomfort, rewards or punishment, acceptance or rejection. And this kind of love is the only thing that can satisfy us to the core of our hearts. Even though we remain far from that level yet, but the activities and pastimes of personalities like you are so infectious that we get swept by this wave unknowingly. And even if we are otherwise entangled and unqualified, I've also been a beneficiary of this, Maharaj. Observing the life of great Vaishnavas like you has instilled in my heart also the desire to give myself fully to my spiritual master and serve him selflessly in all circumstances, like you did. Even though I remain miserably away from that goal, but even this desire itself is so soothing, purifying, and full of bliss that I wonder what the actual act of surrender can produce. Your life has taught us that surrender might be difficult, but every act of surrender is always rewarding. I am so grateful to Krishna to have let me know you and your divine activities, Maharaj. They are my inspiration and source of nourishment. Please be my friend, guide, and inspiration in my every birth, Maharaj. I remain your indebted spiritual niece, Pariti Rati, Mumbai, India. Offering from Raghunath Das. My dear and respected Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, please accept my most humble obeisances at the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. All glories to this most auspicious day of your appearance. All glories to Guru Maharaj. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Shri Shri Gaur Nitai. All glories to Shri Shri Radha Rasa Bihariji. Hare Krishna Maharaj. On this most auspicious occasion of your appearance today, I gather some gems from your teachings and hold them deep within my heart with a humble prayer that by your divine causeless mercy, this insignificant soul be able to lovingly serve you in your loving service unto Srila Prabhupada as the servant of your servant. His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj says, a disciple should always appreciate that it is not by his good karma, but only by the causeless mercy of his spiritual master that he is being saved from the cycle of repeated birth and death. For this he should feel eternally indebted. Another quote, analyzing my own life, I could see that only by the impelling force of Srila Prabhupada's pure love had I been induced to take to Krishna consciousness. True, I had been materially frustrated, such frustration being a suitable precondition for spiritual life, but it was Prabhupada, out of his causeless mercy, who had picked me up even though I was at first unwilling. It was by his order that the devotees had chanted in Tompkins Square Park the day I first met them. It was by his mercy that he had visited Morning Star Ranch, a visit that had left the people there chanting Hare Krishna. It was because of his recording of the Maha Mantra, which I had sung along with because of his disciples' invitation, that I had come to the San Francisco Temple, and ultimately it was his personal presence which had finally made me surrender. Another quote from Srila Gurudev. In his letter, Prabhupada had expressed his great pleasure in reading of my determination to spread Krishna consciousness. The physician is naturally glad to see his patient's recovery, and after the patient attains good health, if he endeavors to offer the cure to others, this makes the physician all the more pleased. I could see that Srila Prabhupada was as much infused by his disciples as we were by him. I'll repeat that. I could see that Srila Prabhupada was as much enthused by his disciples as we were by him. Although by material estimation, we were young enough to be Prabhupada's grandsons, he often commented that by keeping company with us, he was remaining young. We were not old dogs, tired and contented, but just like young pups, we were enthusiastically jumping to our master's command. Prabhupada wrote, with great enthusiasm and patience, let us erect this mission of Krishna consciousness. The establishment of the Krishna consciousness movement was an endeavor to build the colossal structure capable of sheltering all the conditioned souls of this world. It was not an easy task, but by remaining faithful and devoted, we could feel confident in the outcome of our efforts. Again, Srila Gurudev quoting the next 3 paragraphs and beyond. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Leela 726, the Krishna consciousness movement will inundate the entire world and drown everyone, whether one be a gentleman, a rogue, or even lame, invalid, or blind. It was such a conviction that had enabled Prabhupada to remain calm and patient over the years, even when it seemed he was getting little result from his preaching work. As a farmer waits patiently for the seed which he has planted to fructify, so we would have to go on prosecuting Krishna consciousness with determined faith, knowing that people would gradually appreciate the importance of our movement and embrace it. As an example of determination, Prabhupada often cited the story of the sparrow who had laid her eggs on the shore of the ocean. When the ocean carried away her eggs and would not consider returning them, she decided to recover her eggs by drying up the ocean. With determination, she began to pick out the water with her small beak. Though others laughed on seeing her engaged in such a seemingly impossible task, when the news reached Garuda, the great bird carrier of Vishnu, he personally came to her aid. Knowing of the powers of Garuda, the ocean became frightened and returned the eggs forthwith. Thus, by showing her determination, the sparrow had earned the help of the Lord's devotee and had achieved her desired goal. Reading that last sentence again. Thus, by showing her determination, the sparrow had earned the help of the Lord's devotee and had achieved her desired goal. Another quote from Srila Gurudev. In the same way, although it now appears that in comparison with the non-devotees, the number of devotees is most insignificant, our task is no more hopeless than that of the sparrow. If we demonstrate our determination for spreading Krishna consciousness, even against such apparently impossible odds, then surely we shall attract the attention of the previous acharyas, and by their blessings bring in a new chapter in the history of the world. Maharaj, your dedication and love unto your beloved spiritual master Srila Prabhupada is exemplary and eternally glorious. On this most auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja day, holding straw between my teeth, I offer my most humble obeisances unto the dust of your lotus feet, begging for your causeless mercy, for being able to lovingly serve and please your divine grace and Guru Maharaj in the lovingly service of the holy name through chanting and distribution through causeless mercy of Srila Prabhupada and his loving, faithful followers as your humble servant of the servant of the servant. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All glories to His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. All glories to Guru Maharaj. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Shri Shri Gaur Nitai. All glories to Shri Shri Radha Rasi Biharji. All glories to all loving devotees of Lord Gauranga. Hare Krishna. Your servant of the servant, Raghunath Das, Mumbai, India. Offering from Rajadurai. My dear Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and to your divine grace. This month I'm completely packed with a lot of unexpected and incredible yatras. I'm writing this offering in between these journeys. I am exploring a lot of divya dream. Okay, let me repeat. This month, I'm completely packed with a lot of unexpected and incredible yatras. I'm writing this offering in between these journeys. I'm exploring a lot of divya desams and have met many devotees during these yatras. This last 1 year was completely a distinct experience. I especially got a lot of unexpected and undeserved special mercy from the extraordinary prayers of great devotees. I should always be very grateful to all of them. Only two choices: be grateful or be a great fool. I am mostly trying to be in the first category. Now I am entering the working phase of my life. I pray that I will always be very determined in bhakti and not be carried away by money or positions. Every single day, I shall remind myself of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj's instruction: never leave ISKCON. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur states, "It is not possible to make a person understand the truth unless one is prepared to spend hundreds of gallons of vital blood. Many, many devotees have spent gallons of blood in making me who I am today. I should always act properly to make sure their efforts don't go in vain. Also, I need to control my so-called ecstasies in the software field. I should understand that devotional service is not part of my life. Rather, devotional service is my life. In the working place, I should be like Padma Param Ivambasha, contemplating on your words." Quote, "We have to understand that whatever position we've achieved, it is because of Krishna's mercy. And if we don't remain humble, then at any moment, Krishna can withdraw those particular facilities. I should keep this ingrained within my heart forever, since I am going to interact a lot with the outside world doing my job. I must develop a healthy fear of Maya. When I was in Dwarka Yatra, I prayed for special mercy. The very next day, while I was returning from Dwarka by train, let me repeat, I'm sorry. Please, excuse me, let me start that paragraph again. When I was in Dwarka Yatra, I prayed for special mercy. The very next day, while I was returning from Dwarka by train, some merciful fellow looted my smartphone at night. That fellow has not only stolen my phone, but also all the unnecessary distractions caused by that phone. Within a couple days, I realized it was an immediate reciprocation from Sri Sri Rukmini Dwarkadish." I have heard a lot of times that we should like the people and use the things, but till now, I liked the things and used the people. Now I bought an amazing and awesome device. Nokia 215. Nokia connecting people. It is really connecting people, devotees, with me. And I am able to develop Priti Lakshanam and spend quality time with devotees. First time seeing a product doing things which the achievement promises. Exactly at the same time, WhatsApp released an update for using WhatsApp on PC without requiring a smartphone. Right things happened at the right time. Hari Bo. I am maintaining the usage of gadgets and using them only for needs. Now it is almost a month. My mind is more peaceful. Japa has improved beyond my expectations, and I'm getting enormous time for personal sadhana. From this experience, I remember your words from Servant of the Servant. The real concern was for the recovery of our love. I'll repeat that. The real concern was for the recovery of our lost Krishna consciousness. Proportionate to our recovery from Maya's allurement, Krishna would supply us the necessary facilities, just as a physician gradually allows a recovering patient to resume his normal diet. Previously, I wasted the majority of my time on my smartphone, but now I am getting a solid 2 hours to study Srila Prabhupada's books daily, and life becomes highly regulated. Since I could not engage my smartphone in Krishna consciousness, this facility has been removed from me, and the name of using smartphone in Krishna's service, till now I have fooled myself and forgot that every breath is a death breath. I hope always appreciate these advantages of simplicity and remain simple like this forever. Many devotees are mercifully engaging me in many sevas by putting their valuable time and efforts. But I am irresponsibly not doing the seva on time. Hereafter, I need to be very consistent in my seva. I am sincerely trying to overcome fault-finding and offensiveness. Please bless me so that I'll be able to accomplish it and become more mature and humble and make a significant advancement by next year this time. I'm planning to go very deep into sadhyas. I'm planning to go very deep into sadhyaya. I'm planning to go very deep into sadhyaya. Please shower your mercy so that I can develop a very great appreciation for Srila Prabhupada's books and relish them every single day. Please keep me in your loving shelter always, resuming the yatras till I join my company. Your eternally dependent servant, Rajadurai, Tamil Nadu, India. Offering from Raja Singh. Offering from Raja Singh. Humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. It is said in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila 25:5-7. One must follow the footsteps of the Mahajans for advancing in spiritual life. You are a devout follower of those great souls who have been in their distinct footsteps. I have been very much inspired by the unflinching faith which you have developed from your eternal spiritual master, His Divine Grace, Abhay Charanaravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, by your selfless surrender with utmost simplicity. I came across your instructions in Instagram posts, which every time when I read, instills in me the encouragement to develop that same deep, unflinching relation which you have with your Guru for devotional life, following in your footsteps. I try to contemplate on your instructions so that it can help me develop the same drop of unflinching devotion of yours which you have for your spiritual master. Your instructions keep me motivated to be attached to devotional life, but it wavers with time and surrounding. So please be merciful to bless me so that I too yearn for and develop the right attitude towards my Guru and Gauranga, and be at their lotus feet in eternal service, following like you. From your menial follower, Raja Singh. Danewada, Chhattisgarh, India. Offering from Ram Vilas and Himangi Gopi Devi Dasi.
Raja Durai. My dear Srila Tamal Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and to your divine grace. This month, I'm completely packed with a lot of unexpected and incredible yatras. I am writing this offering in between these journeys. I'm exploring a lot of Divya Desams and have met many devotees during these yatras. This last 1 year was completely a distinct experience. I especially got a lot of unexpected and undeserved special mercy from the extraordinary prayers of great devotees. I should always be very grateful to all of them. Only 2 choices: be grateful or be a great fool. I am mostly trying to be in the first category. Now I am entering the working phase of my life. I pray that I will be always very determined in bhakti and not be carried away by money and positions. Every single day I should remind myself of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj's instruction, never leave ISKCON. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur states, it is not possible to make a person understand the truth unless one is prepared to spend hundreds of gallons of vital blood. Many, many devotees have spent gallons of blood in making me who I am today. I should always act properly to make sure their efforts don't go in vain. Also, I need to control my so-called ecstasies in the software field. I should understand that devotional service is not part of my life. Rather, devotional service is my life. In the working place, I should be like Padma Patram Ivambasa, contemplating on your words. We have to understand that whatever position we've achieved, it is because of Krishna's mercy. And if we don't remain humble, then at any moment, Krishna can withdraw those particular facilities. I should keep this ingrained within my heart forever. Since I am going to interact a lot with the outside world during my job, I must develop a healthy fear of Maya. When I was in Dwarka Yatra, I prayed for special mercy. The very next day, while I was returning from Dwarka by train, some merciful fellow looted my smartphone at night. That fellow has not only stolen my phone, but also all the unnecessary distractions caused by that phone. Within a couple of days, I realized it was an immediate reciprocation from Sri Sri Rukmini Dwarkadish. I have heard a lot of times that we should like the people and use the things. But till now, I liked the things and used the people. Now I bought an amazing and awesome device, Nokia 215, Nokia Connecting People. It is really connecting people, devotees, with me. And I am able to develop Priti Lakshana and spend quality time with devotees. First time seeing a product doing things which the advertisement promises. Exactly at the same time, WhatsApp released an update for using WhatsApp on PC without requiring a smartphone. Right things happened at the right time. Hari bol. I am minimizing the usage of gadgets and using them only for needs. Now it is almost a month. My mind is more peaceful. Japa has improved beyond my expectations, and I am getting enormous time for personal sadhana. From this experience, I remember your words from Servant of the Servant. The real concern was for the recovery of our lost Krishna consciousness. Proportionate to our recovery from Maya's allurement, Krishna would supply us the necessary facilities, just as a physician gradually allows a recovering patient to resume his normal diet. Previously, I wasted the majority of my time on my smartphone, but now I am getting solid 2 hours to study Srila Prabhupada's book daily, and life becomes highly regulated. Since I could not engage my smartphone in Krishna's service, this facility has been removed from me. In the name of using smartphone in Krishna's service, till now I have fooled myself and forgotten that every breath is a death breath. I hope I always appreciate these advantages of simplicity and remain simple like this forever. Many devotees are mercifully engaging me in many sevas by putting their valuable time and efforts, but I am irresponsibly not doing the seva on time. Hereafter, I need to be very consistent in my seva. I am sincerely trying to overcome fault-finding and offensiveness. Please bless me so that I'll be able to accomplish it and become more mature and humble and make a significant advancement by next year this time. I am planning to go very deep into Svadhyaya. Please shower your mercy so that I can develop a very great appreciation for Srila Prabhupada's books and relish them every single day. Please keep me in your loving shelter always, resuming the yatras till I join my company. Your eternally dependent servant, Raja Durai, Tamil Nadu, India. Raja Singh. Humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. It is said in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila 25.57, Mahajano yena gata sa panta, meaning one must follow the footsteps of Mahajanas for advancing in spiritual life. You are a devout follower of those great souls who have been in their distinct footsteps. I have been very much inspired by the unflinching faith which you have developed for your eternal spiritual master, His Divine Grace, Abhay Charanavrinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, by your selfless surrender with utmost simplicity. I came across your instructions in Instagram posts, which every time when I read instills in me the encouragement to develop the same deep, unflinching relation which you have with your guru for devotional life, following in your footsteps. I try to contemplate on your instructions so that it can help me develop the same drop of unflinching devotion of yours which you have for your spiritual master. Your instructions keep me motivated to be attached to devotional life, but it wavers with time and surrounding. So please be merciful to bless me so that I too yearn for and develop the right attitude towards my Guru and Gauranga and be at their lotus feet in eternal service, following like you. From your menial follower, Raja Singh, Dantewada, Chhattisgarh, India.
Ram Vilas Das and Hemangi Gopi Devi Dasi. Most respected Srila Gurudev, please accept our humble, prostrated obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you. It is yet another year when we attempt to glorify you through our Vyasa Puja offering. You performed every single service in an exemplary manner, and we always get enlivened and encouraged by just thinking of you. So many times we get to chant along with you, and immediately chanting improves. Couple of years back, we were praying to you to guide us about the service we could offer for your divine pleasure. We got the inspiration to have a bus, Tamal Krishna Express, with the idea to provide comfortable ride to devotees along with facilities to hear kirtan, lectures, or to watch devotional videos. To make the experience more fulfilling, videos and documentaries need to be made. Connections are to be made not only with devotees but also with experts in areas such as art, culture, natural farming, eco-friendly construction, and different aspects helpful in establishing Daivi Varnashram Dharma. Fortunately, we could meet experts in some of these areas, and we hope to continue meeting more experts so that we could learn and use that in the service of the Guru Parampara. Maharaj, your life has been a shining example of dedicated service to Sri Guru and Gauranga. Kindly bless us so that we can also offer something worthwhile for the pleasure of you and the Guru Parampara. Your servants, Ram Vilas Das and Hemangi Gopi Devi Dasi, Pune, India.
Revati Pati Das. Respected Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to your exemplary service to Srila Prabhupada, and all glories to Srila Prabhupada, the perfect disciple and perfect spiritual master. I consider it my immense good fortune to have this opportunity to express my gratitude to you for your perfect example as a trustworthy disciple of His divine grace. Your Vyasa Puja offering to Srila Prabhupada in 1996 has become a milestone reading for me and has tremendously boosted my faith in Srila Prabhupada being a sum total of the mercy of all previous acharyas. My faith in his writings and lectures deeply increased owing to your offering, and I am eternally grateful for the same. Another quality I admire the most in your personality is your complete surrender to Srila Prabhupada, his instructions, his desires, and his beloved servants. The way you continued to serve Srila Prabhupada after his disappearance in 1977 in great separation, but through complete dedication to ISKCON and your godbrothers is really a great example to learn from, as sooner or later most of us will pass through this phase. We have seen in past, in our society, how so many devotees have felt lost and have given up their practices owing to separation from Vapu association of the spiritual master. Your example, however, is like an illuminating sun in such dark periods, and I wish to imbibe that spirit of constant and continuous service to the spiritual master by serving ISKCON, and in ISKCON in all situations through my life. Also, the way you personally served Srila Prabhupada in his last few weeks of Leela in this mortal world, as you have documented in TKG's diary, is an example of how a disciple should completely surrender his personal comforts and conveniences to serve and please the spiritual master. On this most auspicious day of your 76th Vyasa Puja, I seek your kind blessings to become completely surrendered to Srila Prabhupada's words and dedicate my life to serve his mission in the humble mood of a servant of the servant. Thank you very much for such a glorious example of surrender, dedication, and devotion. Your aspiring servant, Revati Pati Das, ISKCON Pune, India.
Offering from Sahiba Tiwari. Dear Maharaj, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. It is hard to perceive how Krishna can be so powerful in the form of time that it looks like just yesterday that I had written an offering letter to you for your 75th Vyasa Puja. Time flies, but with every passing day, I find your influence and mercy upon devotees increasing within ISKCON. It is so wonderful to even witness how much your presence has been a part of so many devotees within our congregation. I miss being in Mayapur last year for Nityananda Trayodasi. I was so happy to be in your presence at your Samadhi, Maharaj. Thank you for the shower of mercy in the form of your garland upon my Shiksha Guru and your Mahaprasad for all of us. I am so grateful that you allowed me to offer flowers to you and to also sit in front of your Samadhi to chant. I felt so connected, and I really miss being there once more. The year was tough, Maharaj. I couldn't do much to please you or Srila Prabhupada, but I tried my best. I'm trying to take my professional life seriously now so that I can use it in the service of devotees and Srila Prabhupada. What is the use of my education if not for the service of Srila Prabhupada? I know you feel happy to see devotees serve Vani more than Vapu, but if I can take the liberty to speak my heart, I miss your personal presence, Maharaj. Golden were those days when the walls of ISKCON echoed the unanimous kirtan of Srila Prabhupada's moons. I wish that I could have seen and been a part of it in this life. How I wish I could have seen and captured with my eyes the spirit and loyalty with which you serve Srila Prabhupada. By your mercy and Srila Prabhupada willing, I shall accept initiation from your dear godbrother, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. I see His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj and His mercy in him. I have faith which tells me that through him I can serve both. But I pray, by placing my head on your sheltering lotus feet, to kindly be merciful upon me and bless me to become a very loyal servant of Srila Prabhupada, so that I can maintain the purity, standards, and surrender my entire life, so that I can become a good devotee myself. There will be tribulations, Maharaj, but please protect me. I am weak, but I am your child, and I need you. Please help me keep up the standards of ISKCON uncompromisingly. May I be able to give my every insignificant thing for the service of Srila Prabhupada. Please guide me and send me the perfect thing for service. Keep me in the hands of the right people and bless me with the correct intelligence to serve Srila Prabhupada through everything and every situation. Kindly protect me and guide me when I tend to fall. May I never accept Maya in the name of Krishna. Praying to be able to please you and bring a smile on your lotus face this year. Happiest 76th Vyasa Puja, Maharaj. Your insignificant servant, Sahiba, Pune, India. Offering from Shakshi Lakiani. Hare Krishna, dear Maharaj. Please accept my most humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, you and my Guru Maharaj. Dear Maharaj, on the most auspicious day of your glorious appearance on this planet to deliver fallen souls like me, I wish you a very, very, very Happy Krishna Conscious Appearance Day. Happy Vyasa Puja to you, Maharaj. I'm sure, being in my heart, you are already aware of how wonderfully you have impacted my life and how much you really mean to me. I have read so much about you in my Guru Maharaj's books, and you have always so deeply touched my heart and the hearts of all those you met. Dear Maharaj, your qualities are limitless. Being a pure devotee of the Lord, you are a vast ocean of all good qualities, and I am limited in my capacity to glorify all of them. But I would humbly beg to expand on a select few that I really admire from the bottom of my heart. Dear Maharaj, the way you are always so compassionate towards the fallen conditioned souls, and the way, out of compassion only, you chastise us, makes me feel so loved and warm. You are just like a loving father. You always want the best for everyone, even if you are strict sometimes. Maharaj, your determination and strength in Krishna consciousness has always inspired me. You are so strong when you preach. It is nearly impossible to have any doubts after hearing your lectures. And the way Srila Prabhupada called you his right-hand man always struck me with awe and wonder. I pray to you to bless me with an ounce of the devotion you have toward Srila Prabhupada, dear Maharaj. The way you guided all the devotees during times of distress, including Guru Maharaj, the way you dealt with Nair in Mumbai, and possibly so many other Nairs around the world, the way you led Sankirtan, the way you served Srila Prabhupada, and so much more, are mere examples of your wonderful qualities. Dear Maharaj, I admit that I do not know even a drop of your glories, but I have tried to express what I have felt personally and what I have felt after hearing from devotees about you. I beg you to please accept it, Maharaj. You hold such a big place in all our hearts, and you always will. I do feel sorry I could not serve you personally and meet you, but I have hope because of Srila Prabhupada's promise of ISKCON in the spiritual world. I am sure you will be there because you are one of the stalwart leaders of ISKCON, and I know you will lead us there too, in the ISKCON in the spiritual world. So I am just praying to be there so that I can serve you personally and get your association and bow down to the dust of your lotus feet. Thank you so much for accepting my offering, Maharaj. I haven't been able to say all I wanted to say due to my personal limitations, but I pray to be able to do so someday by your mercy. I humbly beg you to forgive me if I've committed any offenses against you or any of your disciples. Please forgive me, thinking of me as a foolish child, and please give me the wisdom to not commit any more offenses in the future. Thank you very much, Maharaj. Happy Vyasa Puja Day to you again. I pray I can see you and serve you soon by your mercy. Your humble servant and spiritual niece, Shakshi, Indore, India. Offering from Savyasachi Krishna Das and family. Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept our respectful obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. You are filled with mercy. Please bless us to become sincere disciples. You are a great inspiration for us. Your dedication to Srila Prabhupada is incredible. Praying at your lotus feet for the best in our spiritual life. Your servants, Savyasachi Krishna Das, Nitya Tarangini Devi Dasi, Anant Chaitanya, Pune, India. Offering from Shubhangi Mahajan. Hare Krishna, dear Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga. Dear Maharaj, please accept my best wishes on this most auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja. On this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, I would like to share my heartfelt feelings. The other day, I was just scrolling through my Instagram account and came across a beautiful quote by you where you said, "There is no difference between getting association of the devotees and getting the association of the Lord." And it just hit me very hard. I started to recall all the favors the Lord has bestowed upon me in the form of devotees in my life, the services I got to do for the Lord and the devotees, the dham visits which I could do, and unlimited memories came up into my mind. As I was meditating on the quote, I realized that in this world of misery and selfishness, the only protection we have is of the devotees and their association. We just require their mercy and their prayers for us, and thus we can feel the presence of the Lord with us. Maharaj, on this special day of your appearance, I beg at your lotus feet to bestow me with devotee association and service to them, as it is the only source of our living in this world. I beg at your lotus feet to keep me in Krishna consciousness till my last breath, so that I can serve in the mission of Srila Prabhupada and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Once again, wish you a very happy 76th Vyasa Puja, dear Maharaj. Your insignificant servant, Shubhangi, Pune, India. Offering from Sudhir Chaitanya Das. Hare Krishna, please accept my respectful obeisances. All glories to His Holiness, Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, and to Srila Prabhupada. I came upon this quote sent by a devotee named Sriman Nityananda Ram Prabhu. Remembrance of a devotee. I remember in 2001 when His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj came to Calcutta for 2 days. He didn't visit Sridham Mayapur. He also went to Mumbai to meet his ailing godbrother, His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj. When he was finalizing his schedule before coming to India, His Grace Agabid Prabhu asked him how come there was no plan for his visit to Sridham Mayapur. Srila Gurudev replied, "Just bring His Grace Jananivas Prabhu and Pankajangri Prabhu to Calcutta. By their presence in Calcutta, I will feel I am in Sridham Mayapur." His Holiness is teaching us how important it is for all of us to have devotee sangha at all times and in any situation of life, more so of those who are dham vasis. Another striking instance in Maharaj's life is how Srila Prabhupada at once recognized him as a bhakta, that he will become a devotee of Krishna. Maharaj developed so much Srila Prabhupada consciousness that just by even some hand motions by Srila Prabhupada, Maharaj could understand what Prabhupada was indicating. A hand motion in Prabhupada's room meant that the window needs to be closed. And further, where other disciples would not have been able to complete a task given by Srila Prabhupada, then Srila Prabhupada would say, "Give to Tamal Krishna, he will do it." All of these instances indicate that Maharaj has cultivated Guru Bhakti to such an extent that nothing was impossible for Maharaj to achieve. I, an an insignificant disciple of His Holiness Jaipataka Swami Maharaj, pray to His Holiness for a drop of that dedication to Sri Guru Charanara Vrinda and to Sri Gauranga, and try to make my spiritual life successful. Your servant Sudhir Chaitanya Das, Bangalore, India. Offering from Shamapriya Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you. Happy 76th Vyasa Puja to you. Thank you millions and millions of times for being such a powerful spiritual influence in my life through your Vani, your teachings, your blessings, and through disciples in Fiji, New Zealand, and Australia. I was going to say that it is regretful that you are not physically present with us today, but you've already told me in my dream that it is not so. You told me that you are the same as my initiating spiritual master, His Holiness Bir Krishna Goswami Maharaj. When I asked you, why have you left us so early? You could have stayed longer. You answered, some people are here for 4 minutes and others for 14 minutes. I guess you were telling me that it was your time to leave the planet. In my dream, when I was hiding in the background, amongst all your disciples, you singled me out and pointed. You said, bring her to me and give her my picture. I found that in real life, I received hundreds of your pictures day after day. Thank you. You live on my altar. You are present in my prayers. You are present in all the Srimad Bhagavatam classes I give. Thank you for constantly visiting me and speaking to me and guiding me and blessing me in my dreams. I am always looking for you. My eternal obeisances to you. Hare Krishna, Shamapriya Devidasi, Sydney, Australia. Offering from Tamal Krishna Das. Dear Srila Gurudev, Hare Krishna. As every year passes, I feel more and more in debt to you and the services you did for Srila Prabhupada. Recently, I stayed in Vrindavan for 6 months at the place where your Bhajan Kutir is located, and I was really amazed that I felt your presence there every single day. I am not so qualified to serve you, but somehow you blessed me by giving me some service at your Bhajan Kutir. When I was serving there, I could understand that you are an ocean of mercy where I want to drown myself. I just want to thank you for always being with me and guiding me how to become a pure devotee. Jai Srila Gurudev. Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Ki Jai. Your servant Tamal Krishna Das, Mauritius. Offering from Tulasi Manjari Devi Dasi. Dearest Maharaj, please accept my most humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to you, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. I hope you are well. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for allowing me to write to you. You are so dear to Srila Prabhupada, and now with him and Krishna and my Gurudev. I pray to you, to your lotus feet, please for your blessings, so that I am able to chant offenselessly. Please convey my pranams to Srila Prabhupada. I hope this meets you well. Your most insignificant spiritual niece, Tulsi Manjari Devi Dasi, Gibraltar. Offering from Tulsi Priya Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna, dear Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Guru and Gauranga. Dear Maharaj, please accept my best wishes on this most auspicious occasion of your 76th Vyasa Puja. The other day I was reading one of your quotes in which you mention, the devotees feel that the association of dear devotees of the Lord is the only thing worthwhile in this world. Maharaj, I am feeling so much separation from one of my dear devotee friends who left us a few days back. Her association was extremely dear and valuable for me. In this world, association of Krishna's devotees is the only strength for us which protects us from every difficulty. It is also this association that keeps us encouraged and enthusiastic in our Krishna-conscious activities. One thing I have learned is that without the devotees' association, our devotional life is zero. Maharaj, I beg at your lotus feet that I may always remain in the association of devotees and never be deprived of it. Your insignificant servant, Tulsi Priya Devi Dasi, Pune, India. Offering from Umang Varshine. Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. It is a great joy for me that I have received your shelter, Gurudev. Recently I visited your Pushpa Samadhi at Govardhan. There, your divine presence has induced the temple atmosphere with great love for Srila Prabhupada. Gurudev, hearing about you and pastimes of Srila Prabhupada mesmerizes me with your contagious love for Srila Prabhupada. Please, Gurudev, I request you to please bless me with sincerity and love for Srila Prabhupada. I also request you to please bless Niraj Saigal Prabhu and his dear family, who are very nicely taking care of your Bhajan Kutir. Please bless me with the opportunity to assist them in your service. Your aspiring servant, Umang Varshne, Indore, India. Offering from Venugopal Das, great soldier of Srila Prabhupada, pioneer of so many things in ISKCON, which is now a landmark. Thank you, Maharaj, for allowing me to serve you in so many disappearance festivals in Mayapur. This service brought me closer to you, to know about you, to read more about you, and inspired me to be stronger in bhakti, and taught me dealings and good relationships with my friends and godbrothers. Please continue to bless this fallen soul. Hare Krishna, Venugopal Das, Mumbai, India. Offering from Vijaya Sridevi Dasi. Hare Krishna, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Please accept my millions of respectful obeisances unto your divine lotus feet. Happy 76th Vyasa Puja to dear Guru Maharaj. You are my god uncle. That's why I am so very much inspired by your lessons. Your daily quotes are very important to me. I know your love and dedication to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada also loved and trusted you a lot. So Prabhupada had given you his tooth, and you had made that your neck locket. That is why your Samadhi temple is also called Danta Samadhi of Srila Prabhupada. You are also very expert in book distribution, which is Srila Prabhupada's most favorite seva. We are very grateful that you have created millions of devotees, especially from China. Please bless me, Gurudev, that I can chant my rounds properly, follow Gurudev's instructions strictly, perform Mangalarti every day, and distribute more and more books for Prabhupada's pleasure. Please bless me, Gurudev, my Gurudev. Please bless my Gurudev, Srila Jayapataka Swami Guru Maharaj, for his fast recovery. Bless my husband, Rajesh Yadav Das, and daughter Janavi Devi Dasi. Your fallen niece disciple, Vijaya Sri Devi Dasi, Dhaka, Bangladesh. About Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami served as ISKCON Governing Body Commissioner from 1970 to 2002 and ISKCON Initiating Spiritual Master from 1977 to 2002. In January 1972, he accepted the renounced Order of Life, Sannyas, in Jaipur. He served as India's GBC Secretary from 1970 to 1974 and as trustee of the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust, overseeing sales in the USA from 1977 to 2002. He is fondly called Srila Gurudev by his many disciples and Goswami by his godbrothers and members of the Academy. Born in Harlem, New York, he began associating with the Krishna consciousness movement in 1968 and was accepted as a disciple by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada in San Francisco the same year. Immediately, he emerged as a leader and assumed various positions of leadership. From 1975 until 1979, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami headed the Radha Damodar Party. The party consisted of hundreds of Srila Prabhupada's disciples who traveled around America on buses, distributing Prabhupada's books. He also spearheaded the establishment of ISKCON temples and centers in India, France, Great Britain, and the United States. He worked closely with Srila Prabhupada as his secretary and as governing body commissioner for India, developing major ISKCON projects in Vrindavan, Mumbai, and Mayapur. In 1972, he was awarded Sannyas, the renounced Order of Life, in Jaipur, India, and assumed the title of Goswami, meaning controller of the senses. In 1974, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami returned to the United States to work on large-scale preaching programs, organizing and leading book distribution, and the unparalleled Radha Damodar Sankirtan Book Distribution Party. In 1977, as one of Srila Prabhupada's most trusted disciples, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami served as his personal secretary during the 7 months before Srila Prabhupada's passing in the same year. In 1995, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami enrolled at Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas, graduating in 1998 with a Bachelor's of Arts in Religious Studies. He then moved to England to pursue a PhD at the University of Cambridge, where under the supervision of Dr. Julius Lipner, he wrote his dissertation on the theological teachings of Srila Prabhupada. In 2002, March 15th, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami passed away in a vehicular accident in the sacred place of Pulia in West Bengal, India. He left his life the same way he had lived it, completely absorbed in service to his spiritual master and Krishna. His samadhi is placed besides Srila Prabhupada's samadhi in ISKCON Sri Mayapur Dham, West Bengal, India. His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami was a respected figure in the academic world and a regular and popular presenter at the American Academy of Religion annual conference. He was the author of several books on various religious subjects, including 2 collections of essays, 2 memoirs, a novel, and 2 classical Vedic dramas. He was also doctoral student at Clare Hall, Cambridge, under Dr. Julius J. Lipner, where his thesis was on the theology of ISKCON's founder, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. At the time of his passing, he had completed all but the conclusion. The dissertation, A Living Theology of Krishna Bhakti, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami's posthumously released PhD thesis, with help from a professor of religious studies, Garuda Das, Graham M. Schweig of Christopher Newport University, is now a book published by Oxford University Press in New York. His lectures are widely distributed and help listeners understand Vedic culture and philosophy from a practical present-day perspective. Though no longer physically present among us, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami lives forever through his instructions, books, academic work, and in the hearts of those whose lives he touched.